Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, friends of the ocean. Good morning and welcome to Blue Justice 2025. My name is Eirik Bergesen and I will be your host today. Previously, I traveled the world as a Norwegian diplomat. Now I do so as a foreign policy commentator for Norwegian TV2. So basically, I've gone from facilitating to commenting foreign policy. And today, I am fortunate to be performing sort of a hybrid version of the two. I am deeply impressed by the achievements of this organization. This is my first conference, and the preparations for this conference. It is therefore a great honor for me to fill this role today. When you enter the building here this morning, as you pass through, you will have noticed on the wall an excerpt of the preamble to the Charter of the United Nations, signed 80 years ago. It starts with "We the peoples" and ends with "to promote social progress and better standards of life in larger freedom." There's some important formalia in between, but to me, that's the very essence of the UN, of international cooperation, and of this conference. This is also a bleak reminder of what is missing in global policies of today, which I see as a political analyst very clearly. And the reason perhaps that the achievement of this great organization has been celebrated somewhat muted this year, because international cooperation has become more difficult, limiting the work of global institutions and making multilateral agreements tougher to reach. Since some increasingly believe they play better without rules, while others insist on the importance of a rules-based international order. We are many countries that rely on this, as does, dare I say, our common world. So if you didn't look up while entering the building, you might have been a bit stressed, you were wondering where the room was, will they serve coffee, and so on. You may have looked down flying to the conference. Altogether, we saw 7 seas, but they're all connected in one common ocean, which covers 70% of the planet, coloring it blue. And the justice part of Blue Justice is down to you in this room. Because while the fish move freely across borders, our maintenance of fisheries does not. However, we are getting there. Vast new technology opens for vast new possibility. And today, our broad program reflects both positive achievements and continued challenges. It includes both leaders and practitioners, involves case studies, new methodology, discussions with relevant actors, all with an aim of advancing the justice of the sea. So again, welcome to Blue Justice. And we will now have a security brief by Anders Hjortlund from the UN City. Please, Anders.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody, and welcome to UN City. As you heard, my name is Anders Hjortlund. I am the Security Training Officer here at UN City. So this morning, you got an access card. You were handed a blue conference access card when you came in. So this blue access card provides access to the whole ground floor. On the back of the card, there's a number. Country code +45, and then 4533-5112. That is the number to our Security Control Center. You can call this number 24/7. There will be a security officer on duty if you need any assistance. Also, those of you leaving today, remember, and not coming back tomorrow, remember to hand in the card before you leave. And those of you who are coming back tomorrow, please keep the card, use it when you go out, swipe the remote control-like device on the turnstile when you leave, and the same when you get in this morning. We have this anti-passback system on our access cards, and that can sometimes create a little bit of problems. If you don't remember to swipe when you leave, you won't be able to come in tomorrow. It won't let you come in. If that happens, no problem. Just contact one of the security officers. They will assist you, and of course you will get in tomorrow. Just remember, if you come back tomorrow, keep your card. Also, we have a security presence here 24/7, and the gate is open. The gate where you came in this morning, we call it the PAF, the Primary Access Facility. There is someone at the Primary Access Facility between 6:30 in the morning and 7 in the evening. So you can always, and if the gate is closed, if you're here very late and the gate is closed, you can always contact someone from security using that number I just gave you, or press the intercom on the outside of the gate. Regarding fire alarms, evacuations, if there is a fire alarm and evacuation, we always evacuate through the gate, the path where you came in this morning. Please use the nearest emergency exit. Right here, the nearest is the ones marked with red arrows. They will lead you to the stairwell and straight out. Out and move around the building to where you got in, over here, and evacuate through the gate. In case there's a medical emergency, please call the number on the back of the card, or you have also the number to the Danish Emergency Services 112. If you call the number on the back of the card, we will also call 112, and we will respond. We have paramedics on duty. Just above from here, we also have a clinic with doctors and nurses if you don't feel well. You can also consult them if it's not an emergency. Last but not least, remember, smoking on the island is not permitted. That also includes e-cigarettes. So smoking is outside UN City premises. Any questions? If you have any question during the day, find someone in a uniform like mine and ask them. They're in the lobby area and the gate, and also ground floor figure 8 near the ATM. You can always find security here. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Okay, I would now like to introduce our opening video. An evolution of Blue Justice with footage from the field, highlighting the work being done and hopefully inspiring further future cooperation. Please. is ready. We can now start. Just a few last housekeeping notes. For those of you that still are not aware, there are this translation in the back. It should perform fairly easy. You scroll up and down. Most of the conference will be in English, there with a few exceptions. And also, just please note that the program, the last version is the one on the screen, just outside the conference room, and it's also on the website. There might be some adjustments from what you have printed on your desks. Okay. So, to officially open the conference, I would like to invite Kristina Sigurdsdottir Hansen, the Norwegian State Secretary, Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Fisheries. Please give her a hand.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everybody, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Norwegian, of Norway and the Norwegian government, of course, I am honored to welcome you to the Blue Justice Conference 2025, a gathering that unites us in building a fair and sustainable blue economy free from fisheries crime. So, dear friends, we live in a time of profound uncertainty. Our world is changing fast. War, conflicts, and climate change are reshaping our fabric of life. And at the heart of it all, our ocean, the lifeblood of our planet, is under immense pressure. Climate-driven disasters strike harder and more often, devastating small islands, states, eroding coastlines, and crippling fishing communities. The ripple effects on the global fishing industry are enormous, with profound economic consequences. And as governments struggle to save lives and rebuild organized crime, exploits weakened enforcement, turning chaos into opportunities. The challenges are immense. The stakes could not be higher. However, our resolve must be even greater because the ocean is not just a resource. It is a global system that feeds us, sustains us, and connects us all. To meet these challenges, we need knowledge, collaboration, and innovation. And that is why we are here today. In Blue Justice, we stand united against fisheries crime, fighting illegal fish products, illicit money, human trafficking, and other crimes that plague the global fishing industry. Today, a total of 61 nations have signed the Copenhagen Declaration. That represents 1/3 of all coastal nations in the world, and remarkable achievement. However, there is room for more. There's always a place for new members in the Blue Justice family, and I am proud to share that since our last conference in 2023, Gambia and Peru have joined us by signing the declaration. A part of this global mission, we have taken bold steps forward. In northern Norway, we have launched the Blue Justice International Vessel Tracking Center, staffed by skilled analysts from the Norwegian Fisheries Directorate and Coastal Administration, ready to cooperate with you. In addition, every member country of Blue Justice has access to satellite surveillance data from 5 Norwegian government satellites, with a new satellite set to launch next year by the Coastal Administration. Our digital infrastructure in the Blue Justice community, a secure digital platform where government users can collaborate, share insights, and access to satellite data and tools. Together, we are building a network of trust and technology to protect our ocean and the communities that depend on it. But we are not stopping there. Just last month, we marked a major milestone. The Space for Ocean Alliance held its very first board meeting in Oslo, and we are proud that Blue Justice now stands as a part of this visionary partnership. This alliance unites leading space agencies from across the globe with one shared mission: to make ocean data more accessible and actionable for users like many of you in this room. We believe in the power of satellite data and the need to expand its use. Our goal is clear: to strengthen the link between the space sector and everyone who depends on ocean intelligence. And just as important, to ensure the free and open data reaches those who need it most, especially in the developing countries. This is about breaking down silos, crossing borders, and combining expertise from every sector, because the ocean knows no boundaries, and neither should our efforts. So dear everyone, the challenges ahead are enormous. Illegal fishing, organized crime, climate change, these are global threats that demand global solutions. But let us remember, our shared commitment is even stronger. We have the knowledge, we have the technology, we have the will. And when we stand together, when we act together, we are unstoppable. This conference is important. It's about protecting livelihoods. It's about safeguarding food security. It's about defending the very foundation of life on Earth. And above all, it is a promise to future generations that they will inherit oceans that are healthy, abundant, and free from crime. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. I would now like to introduce Henrik Fredborg Larsen, Director of the Nordic Representation Office at the United Nations Development Programme. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Excellencies, ministers, distinguished delegates, colleagues, it's an honor to welcome you to the UN City for the official opening of the Blue Justice Conference 2025. I extend my warm greetings to our esteemed ministers, state secretaries, high-level representatives and partners, as well as experts from around the world who have joined us today to advance a shared vision for oceans governance. The ocean is the foundation for life and livelihoods. Covering 71% of our planet, it produces half the oxygen we breathe, and it is the world's largest carbon sink. It plays a critical role in addressing the triple planetary crisis: climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. Over 600 million people depend on fisheries and aquaculture for their livelihoods. Marine resources are essential for food security, providing 17% of global animal protein. and over 50% in some regions. Yet, these resources are increasingly threatened by overexploitation, pollution, and organized crime. We invited 4,000 school children to celebrate the recent 80-year anniversary of the United Nations, inviting them to draw their most important global goal. And you will see it exhibited out in the hall. And you will see that many of them were drawing the protection of the ocean. For children, for adults, for women and men, ocean is the foundation for our lives. Crime in and associated with the fishing industry undermines fair competition, damages ecosystems, and deepens poverty and food insecurity, especially in vulnerable coastal and island nations. UNDP's 2025 Human Development Report for Latin America and the Caribbean, for example, highlights how organized crime disrupts social cohesion and institutional functionality, impeding human development and the ability to ensure equitable societal progress. Through the UNDP's Ocean Promise, which is part of our overall nature pledge, we support over 100 coastal countries, including all small island developing states, to realize the full potential of sustainable, climate resilient, and inclusive ocean economies by 2030. UNDP's strategic plan for 2026 to 29 is grounded in the global commitment to eradicate poverty, which is recognized as the greatest global challenge. It commits UNDP to support countries to advance human development, emphasizing that no sustainable development is possible without a healthy planet. UNDP supports systemic change through integrated solutions, aligning policy, finance, technology, and partnerships. We operate 270 country offices worldwide to support countries, including yourself, in advancing prosperity, governance, resilience, and a healthy planet. The Global Blue Resilience Program, part of UNDP's ocean governance work, strengthens cross-sector and cross-border cooperation to prevent and address fisheries crime. As a key implementer of the Norwegian Blue Justice Initiative, Blue Resilience supports countries to implement the Copenhagen Declaration against transnational organized crime in the global fishing industry. And it was signed here in 2018 by 9 ministers and now endorsed by 61 nations. Nearly, as the State Secretary has said, 37% of the world's exclusive economic zones, and 1/3 of the world's coastal states. The declaration underscores the centrality of cross-sectoral global cooperation to address fisheries crime. This conference comes in the wake of the 61st ratification of the High Seas Treaty and the UN Sea Laws, a historic achievement for ocean and for multilateralism. The agreement, due to enter into force on 17th of January 2026, is cited as a lifeline for the ocean and humanity. In closing, let me reiterate, UNDP is committed to a future where the ocean is healthy, livelihoods are secure, and development is equitable and sustainable. A thriving fishing industry based on fair competition and sustainable use of ocean resources is key to this goal. And we will continue to work with governments, communities, and partners like Norway to strengthen cooperation to tackle fisheries crime as part of a broader effort to achieve sustainable development. At this conference today, we hope that all present will unite in identifying joint action that can be taken to address the challenges of organized crime in the fishing sector. It's only together that we can find and implement solutions. Let me say in closing also on a personal note, how happy I am to see all 61 countries that have adopted, and also to see you personally. We've had the opportunity to meet many of us in Vardø, in Oslo, and also here. State Secretary, thank you so much for your ministry and your personal leadership. Norway is one of UNDP's top partner, closest partners worldwide. We actually just had the annual consultations with Norway yesterday. And this is a partnership that really makes sense for the 61 countries that are part of it, and hopefully the many that will join soon. I'm also really happy to see colleagues from Vardø. I had the pleasure also to see the impressive work you're doing, and also the Space Agency here. So thank you so much all personally for being here. Thank you for being here once again on behalf of the UN, on behalf of UNDP. Welcome to the UN City and to this timely conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'd like to introduce Unni Kløvstad, who is head of department of the Nordic Council of Ministers, and my former boss in the Foreign Ministry, my last boss. It's not your fault. Please, Unni.
Thank you, Eirik, for that also personal introduction, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for the invitation to come and address you this morning, and on behalf of the Nordic Council of Ministers, which is the formal organization for the Nordic Governmental Cooperation, I would like to thank Norway and the UNDP for bringing us all together today. Blue Justice is a very clear example of how regional engagement can drive global action. The Nordic Prime Ministers adopted a bold vision for the Nordic cooperation back in 2019, that the Nordic region shall be the world's most sustainable and integrated region by 2030. This vision now guides all the work that is being done within the Nordic Council of Ministers. And that includes a clear focus on the ocean, which is the lifeblood that connects our countries, also in the Nordic region. Our work within the Nordic Council of Ministers is primarily focused on promoting sustainable ocean and blue economies within the framework of our cooperation programs and political priorities, building on the SDGs. A healthy and robust ocean is a precondition for achieving a green transition and a sustainable blue economy. Building on science and knowledge, we are cooperating and coordinating our efforts. We know we can make a difference and hopefully provide also an inspiration for other regions. Unfortunately, we know that organized criminal networks do not respect or share these ambitions, and they do not respect national borders, the marine environment, or the communities that depend upon them. The Nordic countries recognized the scale of this problem early on. We know that transnational organized crime in the global fisheries sector, including illegal and unreported and unregulated fishing, has a serious negative effect. It harms the economy, disturbs trade and market, destroys the environment, and undermines human rights. As the Nordic Ministers' joint statement from 2017, when this whole journey started, as we heard, pointed out, there is a need for the world community to recognize the existence of transnational organized crime in the global fishing industry, and that all regions of the world need to cooperate in order to combat it. Therefore, the so-called Copenhagen Declaration was launched globally in 2018. Today, as we now heard several times, we have reached the impressive number of 61 countries who have signed this declaration. Our work to promote sustainability for our ocean and fisheries can only succeed if we at the same time ensure justice in management. An ocean can only be sustainable if it is fair and free from crime. The Nordic Council of Ministers has supported the Blue Justice Initiative projects to follow up on our political commitment, as for example, the Blue Nordic, or the Blue Justice Nordic, that is, as an operationalization of this Copenhagen Declaration. We welcome the results from the collaboration within the Blue Justice. There is no doubt that the initiative has come a long way in a very few years, and that the political commitments is matched by concrete and practical cooperation between the participants in the initiative. If we are to succeed in solving this complex and global problem, there is no doubt that we need to focus on strengthening cooperation. There is enormous potential in working closely with neighbors regionally, and then bring this experience and knowledge to the global arena. That is also an approach that we in the Nordic Council of Ministers share with the Blue Justice Initiative. The importance of sharing information and learning, building capacity together, and ensuring by that an ecosystem-based management. I look forward to hearing the lessons learned that you will share here today and to receive updates on the cooperation that you are part of. International cooperation in the fight against fisheries crime is vital to secure a fair and sustainable blue economy for us all. I wish you a very good, interesting and engaging conference, and on behalf of the Nordic Council of Ministers, thank you for inviting me here today. Thank you.
Thank you. I would now like to introduce Sonja Compton, who is Program Manager of Climate Change and Blue Economy Development Policy at the Planning and Management of the Caribbean Regional Fisheries Mechanism, the CRFM Secretariat, please.
Distinguished ministers, excellencies, regional partners, members of the fishing community, ladies and gentlemen, friends, good morning. Good morning on behalf of the Caribbean Regional Fisheries Mechanism, our 17 member states, some of whom are represented in this room today, as well as good morning on behalf of the Secretariat. It is an honor to address you today on an issue that sits at the heart of our region's food security, economic stability, and long-term sustainability: the critical need to confront illegal, unreported, and unregulated, or IUU, fishing and fisheries-related crimes in the Caribbean. Our Caribbean Sea is more than just a body of water. It is the economic and cultural lifeblood of our region. It feeds our families, supports our tourism sector, sustains coastal communities, and provides livelihoods for hundreds of thousands of our citizens. But this lifeblood is under threat. IUU fishing is beyond a fisheries management problem. It is a multi-dimensional threat that impacts national sovereignty, economic development, ecological health, and social stability. Each year, IUU fishing drains billions of dollars from the global economy, and the Caribbean is no exception. For small islands and coastal states with limited resources, these losses strike deeply. When vessels poach in our waters, or when catches go unreported or misreported, our fish stocks decline, local fishers lose income, and governments lose vital revenue. IUU fishing undermines the foundation of sustainable fisheries management and erodes confidence in legal frameworks, destabilizes regional markets, and threatens the long-term viability of species such as conch, lobster, tuna, and reef fish. species that are not only economically important, but are essential to the cultural fabric of Caribbean life. We must also recognize, and we have, because we've heard it in the speeches before this, that fisheries-related crime extends far beyond illegal fishing. It also includes a spectrum of illicit activities, such as, but not limited to, smuggling of contraband, money laundering, document fraud, violation of maritime safety and environmental regulations, human trafficking and forced labor, all perpetuating forms of corruption. These crimes often occur where IUU fishing thrives and are frequently transnational, well-organized, and deeply interconnected. Left unchecked, they weaken the rule of law and compromise our ability to manage and protect marine resources. For the Caribbean region, the stakes could not be higher. Our economies rely heavily on sustainable marine resources. The fisheries sector contributes significantly to GDP as well as employment for the Caribbean region. Approximately 0.5 million individuals are employed in the fisheries sector, which represents about 6.2% of the region's workforce. And our export earnings are approximately $242 million US annually, and this is for our CRFM member states combined. Coastal communities also rely on healthy fish stocks, not only for economic survival, but for social cohesion and cultural identity. Moreover, the impacts of a changing climate as well as climate variability, we have seen and observed increase in pressure on our ecosystems, and effective action against IUU fishing and fisheries crime is therefore essential to increasing our resilience and protecting our blue economy. Addressing these threats requires strong governance, effective monitoring, regional cooperation, and shared commitment. The CRFM has taken important steps in strengthening policy, enhancing surveillance, promoting data sharing, and supporting our member states and the wider Caribbean region in combating issues of IUU fishing and fisheries-related crimes. The Secretariat has developed a model template national plan of action on IUU fishing, which it customizes based on member states' requests. And thus far, 7 of our member states have drafted these national plans of action. Between 2017 and this year, 2025, the Secretariat has trained 117 persons in fisheries prosecution and interdiction, some of whom are in this room with us today, and this was a joint initiative with the Regional Security System. The Secretariat has also collaborated with the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, of the United States for a 3-day series workshop addressing IUU fishing, marine protected areas, and other aspects of fisheries management. As the convener of the Western Central Atlantic Fisheries Commission, WCAFC, Regional Working Group on IUU, the CRFM is collaborating on a project to enhance data collection and monitoring for sustainable spiny lobster fisheries, and as a case study, we are concurrently developing practical approaches to characterize IUU fishing for small-scale fisheries in the WCAFC region. The Secretariat also continues to collaborate with the CARICOM Implementation Agency for Crime and Security, CARICOM Impacts, on various initiatives, including the Bringing Transparency to Caribbean Fisheries to Reduce Opportunities for Exploitation initiative, which is being facilitated by Auxilium Worldwide in collaboration with CARICOM Impacts. The Secretariat works closely with the Blue Justice Initiative and community. The Blue Justice International Tracking Center reports on the defined vessel tracking area for the Caribbean region, and this has helped to strengthen our ability to address organized crime in the fisheries sector. In furtherance to this, our Ministerial Council passed a resolution, Resolution MC-15-6 in 2021, which called for at least one high-priority intervention that will benefit all of our member states and that could be supported under the Blue Justice Initiative. And as such, our member state, Jamaica, serves as the regional Blue Justice Hub for the Caribbean. The Blue Justice Caribbean Hub has, amongst other things, fostered interagency cooperation within and between the Eastern Caribbean countries in addressing fisheries crime, drawing on the means and tools under the Blue Justice Hub. Our member state, Grenada, has successfully established a multi-agency mechanism involving 10 agencies using Jamaica as a model, and at least one other member state is seeking to follow suit. Following the passage of Hurricane Beryl just last year, a digital forum on cooperation in natural disasters and fisheries crime was hosted by the Caribbean Blue Justice Hub and facilitated by UNDP's Blue Resilience Project. With the recent passage of Hurricane Melissa this year, which resulted in catastrophic devastation in the westernmost parishes of Jamaica, another forum and call to action would be beneficial for our region. In closing, IUU fishing and fisheries-related crime are not insurmountable challenges. They are problems that we can solve, but only if we act decisively, collaboratively, and with a unified vision for the future of our region. We owe it to our fishers, we owe it to our coastal communities, and to the generations that will inherit our seas. Let us strengthen our resolve, deepen our partnerships, and reaffirm our commitment to safeguarding the marine resources that sustain us all. Together, we can secure a future where Caribbean fisheries are managed responsibly, our oceans are protected, and the blue economy continues to flourish. Thank you so much, and I wish that the next few days are successful as we chart our way forward.
Thank you. I would now like to introduce Gunnar Stølsvik, who I know a lot of you know as the head of the Blue Justice Secretariat, is also policy director at the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Fisheries. Please, Gunnar.
Thank you very much, and I'm really happy to be here and to meet new people, but also a lot of friends and colleagues from all over the world. So, Your Excellencies, colleagues and friends, thank you for being here today. Sorry. It's a privilege to be able to provide an update on the progress of the Blue Justice Initiative and to share some of the key developments that have taken place over the past year. The efforts we are discussing today are the results of a collective action from many stakeholders, and it's important to recognize that we are all part of a larger global movement working towards sustainable ocean governance. I will start with an important update regarding the Copenhagen Declaration on transnational organized crime in the global fishing industry, which was adopted in this room in 2018. Since our last conference in 2023, 2 new countries, the Gambia and Peru, have joined the declaration, bringing the total number of signatories to 61. This increase reflects the growing recognition of the need for coordinated action in tackling illegal fishing and other forms of crime within the global fishing industry. This is a step forward, but we know that the work is far from complete. It is vital that more countries continue to engage with the declaration, and we hope that the momentum will keep building as we work together to address these challenges. We also see that regions are starting to cooperate. One example is the CRFM, which just had a very good speech before me in the Caribbean. I think one of the very important parts of the CRFM cooperation is that it builds on the political commitment in the region, quite similar to the work being done in the Nordic Council of Ministers. And actually that I understand that each year the CRFM adopts a Blue Justice Minister Declaration, which shows that there is local and regional ownership to the political part of the work that we are doing. The Blue Justice Initiative continues to focus on providing practical support to the implementation of the Copenhagen Declaration. Specifically, our efforts have concentrated on engaging operational personnel, those on the front lines of tackling fisheries crime. While policies and declarations are important, their impact is limited without the active participation of the people directly involved in enforcement, monitoring, and data analysis. One of the key aspects of Blue Justice is the Blue Justice community, which is a digital platform. I would say the digital infrastructure of the Blue Justice Initiative, which has seen a steady growth over the past years. Currently, there are 450 active users within the community, representing a wide range of countries and sectors. This network continues to grow, and with it, the potential for sharing knowledge, tools, and best practices to enhance our collective efforts. Furthermore, the Blue Justice International Tracking Center in the town of Vardø, in north of Norway, is also cooperating with users all over the world on a nearly daily basis. And the importance of UNDP is important to highlight as they serve as the administrator of the digital platform. Also, the establishment of the Blue Justice Caribbean Hub, hosted by Jamaica, and serving 12 Caribbean countries, should be mentioned, and I also believe that there will be more about that later in the program. In 2024, we hosted a user gathering on the island of Oscarsborg in the Oslo Fjord. This event brought together a diverse group of professionals to network, share experiences, and receive training on the use of digital tools to address fisheries crime. The focus of the gathering was to help participants deepen their understanding of the analytical tools available and how they can be applied to real-world scenarios in the field. One of the significant developments discussed at the gathering was the tool that provides AIS, data from 5 Norwegian microsatellites. This tool, which will soon be enhanced by a new satellite to be launched next year, helps monitor vessel movements and detect potential illegal activities at sea. In addition to the user gathering, we also focus on strengthening our partnerships. Blue Justice entered into new collaboration with the Maritime Safety and Security Information System, a program run by the US Department of Transportation. This partnership enables Blue Justice to offer near real-time AIS data from terrestrial ground stations to several countries, which will further enhance our ability to monitor maritime activities. These advancements in data collection are vital in our collective efforts to address illegal fishing. At the user gathering in 2024, community members underscored the importance of space-based data for tackling fisheries crime, adapting to climate change and supporting sustainable ocean governance. The outcome document from the gathering emphasized that satellite information is a valuable tool in our shared efforts, and it stressed the need for continued innovation in this area. In response to these discussions, I am pleased to announce that Blue Justice has joined the Space for Ocean Alliance, which was launched at the UN Ocean Conference earlier this year. This alliance aims to bring together a range of actors working in the field of space-based ocean monitoring to enhance data sharing and cooperation. As part of this alliance, Blue Justice aims to gain access to more relevant data that can be integrated into our platform. How is it with time? Good. Thank you. So, looking ahead, it is clear that the challenges we face in ocean governance, whether in relation to organized crime in fisheries, climate change, or sustainable resource management, requires continued collaboration and innovation. The technologies we are using to monitor and protect our oceans are advancing rapidly. But it is the collective efforts of all stakeholders that will determine our success. The partnerships we are forming and the tools we are developing are important, but they must be supported by ongoing dialogue, knowledge exchange and cooperation across countries, sectors and institutions. Our collective goal is to ensure the Blue Justice remains a valuable resource for all its members and key contributor to the global efforts to protect the oceans. In closing, I would like to express our thanks to everybody involved in the Blue Justice Initiative, whether you are a governmental official, a researcher, a data analyst, or a member of a non-governmental sector. Your continued engagement and commitment are essential as we move forward in the coming years. Together, we can continue to build a more sustainable and secure future for our oceans and our precious blue economies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gunnar, for the update from the Secretariat. You also mentioned the digital vessel tracking tool on the Blue Justice community. That is what we are going to look at now. And to take us through that, I would like to introduce Virun Luchman, who is Environmental Crime Lead at the Caribbean Community Implementation Agency for Crime and Security, the CARICOM Impacts, representing the Blue Justice Caribbean Hub, and Alexander Pedersen from the Blue Justice International Vessel Tracking Center in Vardø. Please take the stage.
Good day, everyone. My name is Virun Luchman, Environmental Crime Lead at the Caribbean Community Implementation Agency for Crime and Security.
And my name is Alexander Pedersen from the International Blue Justice Tracking Center.
The International Declaration on Transnational Organized Crime in the Global Fishing Industry, known as the Copenhagen Declaration, was signed and adopted right here in 2018. The Copenhagen Declaration is the first instrument that recognizes the existence of transnational crimes committed throughout the whole fisheries supply and value chain. And it goes beyond illegal fishing, and it recognizes the use of the fishing industry by criminals to commit crimes under the guise of legitimate fishing operations, including illegal fishing, document fraud, drug smuggling, human trafficking, money laundering, embezzlement, gun smuggling, tax and customs fraud, and other crimes.
To address fisheries crime, the Maritime Domain Awareness Program, which you can see in the background, GLISTRUP, provides authorities from declaration countries access to maritime surveillance data. The tracking system allows countries to detect and analyze vessel activity in your zones, transshipment activity, and illegal fisheries. The Maritime Domain Awareness Program is inspired by Norway's own surveillance system and provide worldwide AIS coverage by our 5 satellites. The Maritime Safety and Security Information System, as Gunnar mentioned, is also a part of the system and is a shared unclassified near real-time data collection and distribution network, which is also integrated in the tracking system. Transnational organized crime in the fishing industry is a global crisis. It threatens our fish stocks, undermines coastal economies, and fuels environmental degradation. What is the challenge? The challenge is that most of this happens out of sight, far from shore and beyond the reach of traditional monitoring. Using real-time AIS satellite data, which you can see in the background, we shine a light on movements in our area, as well as the dark corners of the ocean.
The combined landmass of the coastal states, represented right here in this room, is dwarfed by the size of the combined maritime space under our respective jurisdictions. Our ability to effectively understand what takes place in this space is directly tied to our ability to secure this space. And a secure ocean space is an ocean space that we can utilize for the prosperity of our countries. Maritime domain awareness, provided by satellites, allows us to observe things that we could not observe in the past. And this allows decision makers, like yourselves, to make better decisions that will benefit our people and increase our standards of living on land.
Further, to improve our accuracy and coverage, the platform acquires additional data inputs from member countries and external sources. This is just a map with colored objects. As you can see in the background, it's the evidence board of all activity in your zone. Data gaps, as mentioned, limits our ability to trace suspicious activity in remote waters. Expanding coverage is critical for us and for law enforcement.
Maritime domain awareness provides so much more than merely tracking the positions of fishing vessels in your waters. It provides valuable data on all types of vessels and activities in your maritime space. There is a saying, we can only manage what we can measure. And this is the reality when it comes to managing our ocean spaces, as we seek to get the most value out of our blue economies. Here, we have an opportunity to assess maritime activity in our maritime space that is not visible from the shore. And in the past, this activity was a mystery to us, and we had no way of quantifying it accurately. Now it is visible, and now it is trackable. Now we can make decisions based on this data, and we are now able to effectively understand all activities in the maritime domain that can impact our security, safety, economy, and environment. This allows us to take action as needed in a timely manner.
Maritime domain awareness enhances our situational awareness and plays a key role in the protection of critical infrastructure. It also supports the decision-making of coastal security and furthermore strengthen interagency and international cooperation.
By collaborating and sharing resources, we can effectively manage our ocean space. And in doing this, we can effectively and sustainably utilize our blue economies in a way that guarantees our futures.
The Blue Justice Community Gathering is an arena to discuss resilience against the emerging maritime threats while promoting innovation and ocean governance. Shared intelligence and coordinated actions is vital to the complex maritime challenges that we face today. And by closing through collaboration and shared intelligence, we can safeguard our maritime domain while unlocking the full potential of our blue economy. By harmonizing technology and governance and sustainable practices across our nations, we ensure that our oceans remain a source of security, prosperity, and environmental balance, and for generations to come. Thank you.
We will now move into the segment which we have called Country Insights. So we have various leaders up on the stage, some on link, that will fill us in with their perspectives. So I'd like to start by introducing Antonio Francisco Jaime, who is head of National Fisheries and Aquaculture Inspection Service at the Ministry of Fisheries and Marine Resources of Angola. Please take the stage.
Minha saudação especial à
I'd like to
excelentíssima
greet
senhora Cristina Hansen,
Mrs. Christina
Secretary of State
Hansen,
do Ministério
State
do Comércio e
Secretary
Indústria da
of
Noruega.
the Ministry of
Minha saudação
Trade and
a todas e a todos
Industry of Norway.
presentes
Greetings for all
Neste-
those present
nesta
here
conferência.
at this conference. And the protocol is observed. I'd like, on behalf of Mrs. Carmen Evelise do Sacramento Neto dos Santos, Minister of Fisheries and Marine Resources of Angola, Chief of our delegation, she said she would like to join the experts of this event who have tremendous knowledge on the ocean, but due to other commitments, she could not come here. So, Antonio Francisco Jaime, head of the National Fisheries and Aquaculture Inspection Service of Angola, I was asked to do this address to all the participants. But the minister, who is in charge of the fisheries sector, she would have a more encompassing knowledge about fisheries, but I will just focus on the activities covered by ministry, and given the importance of my services on the fisheries sector, I will certainly address you on some other issues that are equally important. I'd like to start to give you a legal background to know where we come from, where we are, and the engagement of the Angola government on fighting maritime crime. In 1992, the Angolan government ratifies the Convention on Human Rights of the UN, and it enshrines in our constitution that marine resources are a national heritage. So the marine resources have been taken very high. So these marine resources are a national heritage. So we felt a need to have ordinary standards, and we have created and approved the law 6-04 from October, and the Angolan executive requires that the exploitation of these resources should be carried out with full accountability. And we go even further. And to assess the level of compliance with the regulations of the Ministry of Fisheries, we have a decree of 118 from the 14th of July, the organic statutes of the Service of Fisheries that I lead, to check and supervise the fact that these resources are being exploited in a responsible manner. All this legislation that has been drafted aims at safeguarding maritime sustainability. But we realized, however, that the inspection service of fisheries has not enough power to fight illegal fisheries. I mean IUU. So we have created a multisectoral group led by Maria de Guerra Molana, integrating the National Service of Fisheries and Aquaculture, integrates the police, customs, and IGT, and they do the inspection, the oversight, and monitoring of the ports of Angola and the transports. And those ports, Luanda, the capital city, Lubito, and Bengala. And we felt that there was still some weakness for the control of maritime activities at sea. We have another presidential decree for management measures. What are these management measures? It's an instrument where each year we state the number of vessels, the biomass, the quota or the share required by each fisheries vessel, fishing vessel, and our sea, as many others, we have those zones of procreation, the estuaries, the mangrove, the coastline, and for us, it's forbidden to do fishing activities in those areas. And this aims at safeguarding the objectives of sustainable development that are projected here behind me. My So this set of measures at internal level, but we know that to fight illegal fishing, unreported and unregulated, we need to cooperate and articulate with other entities that around the world can help us engage in activities to reach good results. So at the regional level, in the SADC, we have integrated the project MCSCC with its headquarters at Maputo, Mozambique. This project aims at monitoring fishing vessels. We have done risk analysis and we interact through a platform PERCAMP where we see the history and the journey of each vessel, fishing vessel. But we are here taking part because we have signed the Copenhagen Declaration, but we would also like to have access to the Justice Platform to cooperate more largely with the other port states and to be aware of all vessels who want to fish in our seas. Dear participants, Angola is engaged effectively through its government in the fighting against maritime crime. But we don't have always the outcomes we expect because we face some challenges, namely training. Training and capacity building of our inspectors, because the number of officials is very reduced due to the budget allocated for their salaries. We reduced the number of inspectors and the maintenance also of our means. We have speedboats for coast patrol, but we have other we have different sizes of these speedboats, but lack of resources hinder the use of those speedboats. So we resort to the war marine for this patrolling. I was saying that in terms of workforce, I'd like to say something to the organization, and I have done this in the MPO 5 at Ecuador. I've noticed that the Portuguese language is not a working language in those organizations. It makes our participation difficult. So I would like you to include the Portuguese language as a working instrument in other events. But our attention in the fighting of sea crime is not circumscribed to the vessels of foreign pavilion, but also for the national ones. And for that, we have used the system AIS, and this has allowed that within our perimeter and territorial sea, we can control those vessels that operate in there. So I'm not going to be long, and just to finish, so joining or adding up to all these initiatives carried out by the government in Angola to eliminate suspect and illegal activities at sea, our government has also approved a project of modernization of oversight services. between the implementation and the execution. In the first semester of 2026, it will be ready with the acquisition of new means and technologies. We would like the platform Blue Justice to be part of these means to enforce our capacity to fight IUU. I want to close my intervention and thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. I would now like to introduce Akpo Yao, Director of Livestock, on behalf of the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries of Benin. Please take the floor.
Merci. Bonjour
Thank
à
you.
toutes et à tous.
Good morning, everyone.
Madame la secrétaire
Madam Secretary of State of the Ministry of Trade and Fisheries of Norway, ladies and gentlemen, ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the protocol is observed. Before anything else, I would like to apologize on behalf of Mr. Gaston Kossing-Tesui, Minister of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries in Benin. He wanted to take part in this important meeting himself, but due to other last-minute engagements, he was not able to take, and he asked me, as the Director of Livestock of Benin, he asked me to represent him and deliver the speech that he would have made himself. Ladies and gentlemen, do we have to recall once again the extremely important role that oceans play in the safeguard and the survival of our planet? It is therefore very clear that we need oceans in order to survive, but also oceans today, more than ever, need more support from us in order to continue fulfilling their basic function. But we have to observe that in spite of the existence of regulations and laws aiming at protecting marine resources, their implementation remains insufficient, sometimes because of the lack of technical capacities, human capacities, and financial means as well, in order to monitor efficiently all the fishing areas. That is why Blue Justice, which is a noble initiative, is hindered because of greater complexity, because the actors as well have to adapt a long time. The fight which is led against fisheries crime, this fight concerns illegal fishing as well as undeclared and unregulated fishing, but also, and above all, fishing products forced labor at sea, as well as the attacks to marine ecosystems. The consequences of this situation are many and call for a greater generalized awareness on rational management of fishing resources and strong actions in order for us all to respect the regulation. In order to find a solution for this situation, my country, Benin, has made a commitment to a reform process, a generalized reform of the fishing and aquaculture sector. First of all, Benin created a national authority in charge of government actions at sea. This is a marine authority in charge of coordinating all the actions of the state offshore, including the management of cases of illegal, undeclared, and unregulated fishing, but also pirating, human trafficking, drug trafficking, and any other sort of traffic. This center has modern monitoring means to monitor maritime activities on the Benin coasts with radars and long-distance views. We have in Benin a national blue economy strategy. Benin has ratified the agreement on the port management. This agreement is binding in terms of fighting against illegal, undeclared, and unregulated fishing. In Benin, we have created a monitoring and protection brigade. We also created in Benin a monitoring center, a fishing monitoring center. And we have a framework law on fishing and aquaculture. But Benin at regional level is working in cooperation with other actors in the framework of the sub-regional cooperation in terms of follow-up, surveillance, and monitoring of fisheries through the Fishing Committee of the Gulf of Guinea, CPCO. And it has initiatives whose objective is to fight against illegal fishing, with sharing information on fishing activities, locating or creating patrols for fishing surveillance, and we also created regional centers, and they have a window in each country. In this framework, cooperation with the European Union through the European Agency for Fishing Monitoring with everything I have listed, my country is firmly committed to supporting the actions of Blue Justice in order to guarantee the long-term protection of maritime spaces and the sustainability of legitimate legal fishing activities. I would like to conclude by thanking the government of Denmark and also the whole of Norway, the United Nations, which have invited us to this meeting, during which we will be able to reflect together upon this present issue of Blue Justice. Long live the efficient fight against illegal fishing. Long live international cooperation. Long live oceans. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much. I'd now like to introduce His Excellency George Pedro Mauricio dos Santos, Minister of the Sea from Cabo Verde. Please, sir, the floor is yours.
Obrigado. I speak in Portuguese.
And all the colleagues in ministries of fisheries and the sea that are here present. Dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to thank the invitation that I received by the Ministry of Fisheries and the ocean of the coastline of Norway, Mr. N, and the representative of the United Nations also. And for Cape Verde, it's a great satisfaction and an honor to be here present today and allow me to speak to all the presents in this very significant situation, which is the Conference for Blue Justice. We are all gathered here to the event with the regional people as a tool of crime prevention, of fisheries, to have a positive reflection, very important for the future of our countries, of the permanent challenges that our coastline faces, and to embark on a debate about the future and its sustainability. The ocean is the base of life of an earth, as we say. It's the main source of oxygen. It's essential for climate regulation. It's a food source for thousands of people. The threats that we face are more and more alarming. Pollution, illegal fishing, climate change. We in our country recently were a victim of climate change. Many storms occurred, and the loss of biodiversity and environmental crimes that have been degrading our planet, our blue planet. The governance of the ocean plays an important role to guarantee the sustainable use and the protection of the blue economy, as they are very efficient and they guarantee a sustainable use of maritime resources, balancing economic growth and the preservation of the environment. We are all here gathered today in this room. Governmental leaders, international leaders, regional organizations and international ones, multilateral organizations, to discuss and strengthen the global mechanisms and regional ones to fight the organized crime in fisheries and the exploitation of all other mineral resources in the sea, in a context where the illicit activities in the sea, including illegal fisheries, non-declared, non-regulated, documentation fraud, embezzlement, human traffic, organized crime, they represent an increasing threat to the maritime safety, the blue economy, and the sustainability of the resources. And this conference about blue justice has an important role to strengthen the ocean governance. Our participation here in Cape Verde means that in a crucial point where our country is about to consolidate a role in the Maritime International Organization. Cape Verde is a country of the sea. And with a very vast exclusive economic zone of 734,000 square meters of ocean. It's not a small country, it's a big country, it's a big ocean. This is why we are here present in this conference. And I would like to reaffirm our strong commitment of Cape Verde on behalf of my government that I represent here as with the principles that guide the blue justice and the Copenhagen Declaration and the program of the United Nations for the Sustainable Development through the Blue Zillions Project. The fight of organized crime, transactional, the fisheries, and also the resources and cooperation of sustainable use of resources and ocean ecosystems. And I also would like to reaffirm my conviction of the Cape Verde government to host the Blue Justice Hub in the Median Atlantic together with the countries of this important Atlantic region. I just would like to say that we have participated, and we are one of the members of this wave of blood justice. And it's with huge pleasure that our government approved this idea, the strategy of hosting blue justice in the Medium Atlantic. There is already the Caribbean hub, and now I'm sure that my presence here as a sea ministry coming from so far away from here to Denmark is exactly to express this will. We believe that we are going to have a script for the implementation in a short term, not only because we cannot waste any time, and also our proposal is that to advance together with the Blue Justice Secretariat so we can implement this hub in the first quarter of 2026, January, February, March of 2026, and then to have a meeting of the Blue Justice Secretariat in Cape Verde and also invite all our partners to visit our country to get the Medium Atlantic Ocean and to have space in building up this together. It's important for sustainability, regulamentations, proper regulamentations, avoid the fisheries, the illegal one, pollution and degradation of maritime ecosystems, but also a good governance allows this economic stability, climate resilience, equity and justice, innovation, and investments. To adopt good practices of governance, it's essential so we can have a good use of the ocean. In the case of Cape Verde, we can highlight with best practices some of the actions that we have been doing in our policies. We have created maritime zones that are protected to preserve maritime life and regulate human activities. We also have done many international agreements, treaties, and agreements about the conservation of the biodiversity outside the jurisdiction of the we from Cape Verde, we are in the front line to approve this treaty, this agreement that we are all going to adopt next year in our own national jurisdiction, but also the financing, the blue financing support investments, responsible ones for the maritime sectors, the blue ports, and also not only of the blue ports, but also the green ports. And today, Cape Verde, it's developing a program of expansion and modernization of the ports where we installed onshore power supply systems for the cruise ports and all ports at national level. And it's also a very good practice. And Cape Verde is strengthening its systems, surveillance of the sea, data control, economic zone. As we said, it's a very exclusive, vast economic zone. And currently, the sustainable fishery must be inclusive. This is why our country has adopted the digital that a management that gets together governance structures that are shared. It's the integration of the fishery communities in the decisions. And our country is part of cooperation structures, regional and national ones, including the Evija Convention, the United Nations, the Oceanic Science and for the Sustainable Development. And also we have our Commission of Sub-Regional Fisheries. And also we have a sub-regional platform with the fight against illegal fisheries, non-declared and unregulated. The National Center for Maritime Coordination from the ZG zone in Cape Verde has played a very important role in maritime safety. And we also have cooperation with European partners, not only at European Union level, but also international organizations like ICCAT that do the management of the inventories in the Atlantic. AFITI, also, it's another organization that works with fishery transparency and also all the fishery activities. These partnerships, they allow the technology transfer, research, development of capacities, and alignment with international standards of sustainability. We also study a value of human capital. We foster that. And I listened to my Angola colleague talking about the human capital in the training and capacitation. And that's essential for the building up of this ecosystem. And to conclude, because time is running short, I would like to reaffirm that, first of all, no country can face organized crime alone. That's a topic, it's a challenge that is collective and it's cooperative. Legislative policies should be standardized and they need actions done together. It's important to share intelligence, wisdom, coordinate vigilance, and have coordinated actions to reduce the crime. And also I would like to say that regional cooperation is a multiplier of capacities for our states, and also the importance of the hub of the Blue Justice in the Caribbean and the Medium Atlantic is really important. It demands political leadership, shared responsibility, and mutual trust. We must have public policies that are very clear and objective to guarantee that stability. This conference about Blue Justice, it's a strategic opportunity to reinforce partnerships, bilateral, multilateral, to face threats. And Cape Verde reaffirms once again its commitment with a maritime governance based on a state of right, sustainability, transparency, and together, for sure, we are going to be able to guarantee that the ocean is a place of peace, development, and safety. Thank you for your attention and to allow us this moment to discuss such important issues as Blue Justice. Thank you for your attention.
Joseph, who is Senior Fisheries Officer at the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries, Blue and Green Economy of the Commonwealth of Dominica. Please take the floor.
Your Excellencies, esteemed ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries, Blue and Green Economy of the Commonwealth of Dominica, I am honored to be part of this year's Blue Justice Conference in Copenhagen. Oceans for small island states like Dominica are central to our livelihoods and way of life and future. Dominica's fisheries sector is small-scale and artisanal. Our fishers utilize sustainable fishing methods, and the fisheries sector is regulated under its national legal framework that guides the protection and conservation efforts of our marine resources. In November 2024, Dominica established the first sperm whale reserve, and we are currently exploring a third offshore area called the Macuba Bank to declare it a marine protected area. These national efforts can be undermined not only from environmental pressures, but also from transnational organized crime. Illegal, unreported, and unregulated fisheries and exploitation of our fisheries weakens the health of marine ecosystem, threatens food security, and compromises the long-term sustainability of the blue economy. Dominica is proud to be a signatory of the Copenhagen Declaration on Transnational Organized Crime in the Global Fishing Industry. We formally joined in March 2023. By joining, we committed ourselves to a shared vision. This includes stronger interagency cooperation, better data sharing, and capacity building to protect our waters. Furthermore, by aligning ourselves with this international instrument, we reaffirm our commitment to promoting sustainable and fair fisheries, ensuring our ocean resources benefit present and future generations, and cooperating with other nations to address illegal activities in the fishing sector. In 2004, Dominica ratified the Agreement on Fisheries Subsidies under the World Trade Organization. This agreement aims, among other goals, to curb harmful fisheries subsidies that have negative impacts to our marine environment and livelihoods, such as overfishing and IUU fishing. Our commitment does not stop at the global level. In March 2023, the Blue Justice Caribbean Hub was launched, and with regional support from CRFM. Dominica is engaged and supports its mandate towards building interagency capacity, promoting digital information sharing via the Blue Justice Community Platform, and strengthening region-wide coordination to tackle IUU fishing and fisheries crime. This regional mechanism is vital for us. Shared challenges demand shared solutions. The Caribbean Hub enables us to pool resources, share satellites and vessel tracking data, and collaborate on investigations. The fisheries sector is part of Dominica's blue economy. Therefore, ensuring that it is managed lawfully ensures long-term economic benefits for our communities and helps safeguard the protein sources for our people. Importantly, small island developing states like Dominica requires cooperation with our Caribbean neighbors to increase our effectiveness and voice on the global stage against fisheries crime. Dominica stands ready, we are committed, we are engaged, and we believe that through continued cooperation, we can secure our ocean resources, uphold justice, and build a prosperous, sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would like to introduce Her Excellency Emilia Arthur, Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture Development of Ghana. Please take the floor.
Thank you very much. Pardon me if I'm slow. In terms of time difference, it's just 1 hour. That's cool. But in terms of temperature, I've just come from 30 degrees to 5 degrees. So as I stand here, I'm still thawing. Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the government and people of Ghana, I extend our profound appreciation to the government of Denmark and the Blue Justice Initiative for this conference. The Copenhagen Declaration remains a vital platform for trust, solidarity, and coordinated action against the rising threats of transnational fisheries crime. United in action against fisheries crime is a timely and urgent theme. Criminal networks operating through IUU fishing are destabilizing economies, exploiting vulnerable workers, and threatening the food security of millions. Their operations, ranging from forced labor and trafficking to money laundering, tax evasion, document fraud, and many others that have been mentioned here this morning, are becoming increasingly sophisticated, and we must all rise to the occasion. For those of you who know about fisheries in Ghana, fisheries is not just anything. It is a way of life. It is cultural. It supports the livelihoods of 3 million people. Fisheries in Ghana is about food security, importantly, health, as 60% of our animal protein comes from fish in Ghana. And indeed, if you look at it in a broader perspective, fisheries in Ghana is about national security. To confront these threats, Ghana has adopted a whole-of-government enforcement model anchored by a strengthened fisheries enforcement unit, which brings together the Ghana Navy, the Ghana Air Force, the Ghana Police, Ghana Immigration, Customs, and the Attorney General's Department, working together with our Fisheries Commission Monitoring, Control and Surveillance, and the Fisheries Scientific Survey units. This integrated system has significantly enhanced inspections, surveillance, and investigations. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to share key experiences that illustrate both the scale of the challenge and our decisive response. Illegal transshipment, also known as SICO in Ghana, once widespread, has sharply declined between 2023 and 2025 due to heavy sanctions, intelligence collaboration with Interpol and regional partners such as the Fisheries Committee for the West and Central Gulf of Guinea, FCWC, and the use of satellite, VMS, and AIS analytics to track illegal rendezvous. 2. Joint vessel investigations. Under the FCWC West Africa Task Force, Ghana helped detain a vessel sanctioned in neighboring states. Inspections uncovered tampered VMS, fraudulent documentation, and deliberate changes in ownership and flag, demonstrating the need for shared risk profiles and interoperable intelligence. 3, ladies and gentlemen, forced labor and trafficking. Joint investigations with immigration, labor services, and international partners identified traffic crew and abusive labor conditions. Our new Fisheries and Aquaculture Act 2025, Act 1146, strengthens our ability to prosecute such offenses. 4, I believe, digital surveillance. Ghana increasingly relies on VMS and AIS evidence, satellite imagery, and electronic monitoring systems. EMS pilots on trawlers mark a major step toward full transparency. In addition, we are using the Glistrup platform facilitated by the Blue Justice to monitor the vessels and learn from others' experience. We are also working with the UNDP we're looking at how AI can be deployed for monitoring. If you understand Ghana's fisheries, we have 3 distinct fleet. We have the industrial, semi-industrial, and artisanal. The industrial, quite a number, 40 plus. You can easily monitor. The semi-industrial, 300 in the region. But when it comes to the artisanal, we are between 12,000 and 14,000. If I'm not able to give you a specific number here right now, tells you the issue we are handling with, we have on hand. We are thinking about how to monitor their activities as well using digital surveillance. We are also using community surveillance, and that I believe is number 5 on my list. Our coastal community surveillance system empowers fishers to report suspicious activity. A community tip, validated by satellite data, led to the interception of an illegal transshipment attempt. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm waking up right now. I'm warming up. Stronger legal framework. As I intimated earlier, we have just recently, in July, August, have come up with a new law, and that law expands investigative powers, increases penalties, and enhances cooperation with international partners. It is not to say that all is well. We have recently experienced a piracy activity. I think it was more of a kidnapping for ransom activity offshore. We have also recently, just about a month ago, experienced 2 theft issues at sea where armed people come up on sea and steal the gear and fishing inputs of our poor fishermen at sea. Some of the things we are doing also include we are in the process of declaring the first marine protected area in Ghana and also have our blue economy strategy in place. Ladies and gentlemen, these reforms are improving enforcement across our coastal regions, but national efforts alone cannot defeat agile transnational criminal networks. Our collective response under the Copenhagen Declaration must prioritize joint enforcement and patrols, real-time intelligence sharing, specialized capacity building, mutual legal assistance, harmonized penalties, and sustained political commitment. Advanced technologies, satellite monitoring, digital traceability, behavioral analytics, AI, and electronic monitoring are essential. But technology is only as strong as the capacity to use it. Countries with advanced capabilities play a critical role in supporting lower resource states. We therefore call on developed partners to treat satellite monitoring, vessel analytics, digital licensing, and automated alerts as global public goods. This includes affordable access to high-resolution satellite data, co-development of shared analytics platform, and automated risk alerts for real-time detection. Support must also strengthen people and institutions. Regional intelligence cells linked to the Blue Justice Tracking Center, embedded analysts and prosecutors, long-term training in digital forensics and financial investigations, and enhanced vessel registers, ownership transparency, and legal frameworks that admit digital evidence in court. And so in our new law, we have made a big issue about beneficial ownership in licensing for vessels. Above all, cooperation must be rooted in trust. We encourage transparent, equitable data sharing arrangements that respect sovereignty while enabling collective action against criminal networks. I believe that all that we do in our countries are about our own sovereign interest, but we must work together. In closing, Ghana strongly supports the establishment of a shared regional digital monitoring and intelligence hub among the Copenhagen Declaration countries, integrating satellite data, vessel behavior analytics, licensing records, and automated alerts. This is the future of enforcement, technology-enabled cooperation that transcends borders. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you also for warming up the rest of us. I'd now like to introduce Aminath Shafia, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Fisheries and Ocean Resources of the Maldives. Thank you. Please have the floor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning to you all. It is an honor to address this plenary of the Blue Justice 2025 on behalf of the Republic of Maldives, where 99% of the country is ocean. I also bring warm wishes from the Maldives and our Minister, Ahmad Shyam, who unfortunately could not be here today due to prior commitments. First and foremost, let me extend our sincere appreciation to the Government of Norway, Denmark, and UNDP with the Blue Justice Secretariat for bringing us together once again to reaffirm shared commitment to the Copenhagen Declaration and to the vision of blue justice for all nations that depend upon the ocean for life, livelihood, and food security. For the Maldives, the ocean is not merely a resource, it is where our story began and where our story was shaped, and where our futures will be secured. Our tuna fishery industry, one of the world's entirely one-by-one fisheries, practiced for generations, is the quiet backbone of our economy and the soul of our culture. It is a living example of sustainability rooted in community participation and traditional knowledge, operating with virtually no bycatch and earning global recognition for its environmental stewardship. Yet, like many small island countries, we face immense challenges from transnational organized crime in the fisheries sector. IUU fishing threatens not only marine ecosystems, but also the integrity of our economy and the well-being of our coastal communities. It undermines trust in governance, powers corruption, and deprives our communities of fair and sustainable livelihoods. Therefore, fisheries crime is not just an environmental issue, it is clearly a matter of justice and sovereignty. The Maldives has taken significant steps to strengthen our capacity against fisheries crime. Allow me to mention a few. In the area of enhanced surveillance and monitoring, we have expanded vessel monitoring systems using hybrid GSM and satellite-based monitoring systems, ensuring greater transparency in our exclusive economic zone. Interagency cooperation is vital to address the challenges of ocean justice in the Maldives. Our Ministry of Fisheries and Ocean Resources, Maldivian Coast Guard, Maldives Customs, Maldives Immigration, and Maldives Police Services work closely to detect and respond to marine offenses, recognizing that combating fisheries crimes require a whole-of-government approach. In the area of legal and policy reforms, our regulatory framework incorporates modern fisheries management principles and aligns with international obligations and facilitate prosecution of offenses related to IUU fishing and associated crimes. In 2019, Maldives developed the policy document, National Action Plan to Prevent, Deter, and Eliminate Legal Unreported Fishing, which serves to ensure that Maldives is acting on recommendations of the International Plan of Action, which is the voluntary international instrument by the UNFAO in the context of the Code of Conduct for Responsible Fisheries. The document also represents actions by the Maldives to the UN Sustainable Development Goal 14, Life Below Sea. We believe partnership is necessary to address the current fisheries crimes-related challenges. Through the Blue Justice Initiative and with the support from UNFAO and UNODC, we are working to improve holistic capacity to combat IUU fishing by foreign vessels in our waters. At this juncture, I would like to thank our partners for the commitment to support the Maldives to address many challenges we face in protecting our oceans. This year's theme, United in Action Against Fisheries Crimes, resonates deeply with us. No single nation can tackle these crimes alone. The ocean connects us, but so do the networks of organized crime that exploits its vastness and our regulatory gaps. We therefore call for enhanced regional cooperation, particularly across the Indian Ocean region, to facilitate real-time information exchange, joint patrols, awareness programs, and mutual legal support. Operationalizing data sharing mechanisms under the Blue Justice Community Platform is deemed essential. Enabling secure, trusted communication between enforcement agencies needs to be enhanced. Capacity building and technical assistance for small island developing states to ensure we are equally equipped with modern technology in monitoring, control, and surveillance programs is important. We strongly advocate catering for the unique needs of the individual countries. It is important that no country is left behind as we work on developing MCS tools and other tools necessary for fisheries crimes. We have faced significant challenges in developing or adapting electronic monitoring systems to our pole and line fishery. We hope unique solutions are available for such challenges in the near future. As a way forward, we believe the future of ocean governance lies in technology and transparency. We are encouraged by innovations in satellite imagery, AI-based vessel monitoring, control and surveillance, and blockchain traceability tools that can illuminate the hidden aspects of the global fisheries industry. In this regard, Maldives is exploring to integrate satellite data analytics with our fisheries information system and ensuring that our limited human capacity is complemented by cutting-edge technology and provide a win-win solution for our fishers. We believe that open, interoperable, and equitable access to digital tools must be a global priority so that no nation, large or small, is left behind in this digital transformation. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as stewards of the ocean, we have a collective duty to protect its integrity, not just for economic benefit, but for fairness, justice, and well-being of our future generations. The spirit of the Copenhagen Declaration reminds us that blue justice is achieved not only by isolated efforts, but by unity through trust, shared responsibility, and mutual support. Maldives remain fully committed to this partnership and stand ready to collaborate with fellow member countries in translating words into tangible actions so that our oceans remains a source of prosperity, peace, and justice for all. Thank you. Shukriya.
Thank you. I would now like to introduce Sheikh Amadou Sidi, head of the Mauritanian Maritime Affairs Agency of Mauritania. Please take the floor.
Bonjour tout le monde. Vous me mettez la pression, vous me faites passer juste derrière deux ministres.
I'm under pressure. I'm speaking just after two ministers whose presentations were excellent. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen ministers, distinguished representatives of the states and international organizations, dear guests, dear members of the family of Blue Justice. As you know, Mauritania has more than 700 kilometers of Atlantic coast and an exclusive economic zone of 230,000 square meters, and therefore it has a strategic position between the Maghreb and the sub-Saharan Africa. This very vast space is an opportunity, of course, but also an important challenge. One of the challenges that it represents, and I will quote here, our proximity to Europe, is a major challenge for the fight against human trafficking and the trafficking of immigrants, which is a very important aspect nowadays. Our priority is a fair blue economy where operators in small-scale fishers are protected from those who violate the rules. The coastal community depends directly on artisanal fishing. A fair blue economy requires transparency, the protection of legitimate actors, and a sustainable management of resources. In this respect, Mauritania is proud of having a global compliance to the FITI standard, Fishing Transparency Transparency Initiative, and it has become the second country in the world to have reached that level. This international recognition is a proof of our concrete commitment in favor of transparency, good governance, and the sustainable management of our sea resources. It is important to note that together with our partners, the Regional Organization for the Management of Fisheries, considerable efforts were accomplished. Mauritania is the only country of the sub-region to have a coastal guard system with resources and means that are important to fight against IUU fishing. We welcome the Blue Justice Initiative as a strategic platform to strengthen cooperation against crime, against fisheries crime, which is a challenge that not a single country can undertake on its own. So there are several challenges that remain, and we are aware of this. We think an increased use of data and satellite use are important, and information sharing as well. These technologies must be implemented in a spirit of partnership and fully respecting the national legal frameworks and the sovereignty of each state. This type of approach will strengthen the trust between Atlantic countries and will make it possible to use in a harmonious way these tools at the service of our common objectives. Fighting against fisheries crime means that we must attack corruption, illicit financial flows, and the exploitation of labor on all the value chain. Maritime crime has complex networks, and to have an efficient response, we must have a global strategy from ports to international markets. We are ready to work with our regional partners and with the Blue Justice community to build projects that are concrete, to have a capacity building in sea surveillance, in ocean surveillance. In concluding, the Atlantic coast of West Africa must be part of the solution by fighting actively against fisheries crimes. Our states have the expertise and the necessary will in order to play a central role in blue justice, and Mauritania reaffirms its commitment for a safe, transparent and sustainable Atlantic Ocean. Thank you very much.
His Excellency Arvin Boulel, Honorable Minister of Agro-Industry, Food Security, Blue Economy and Fisheries of Mauritius. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Distinguished delegates, colleague ministers, I have listened very intently to the speeches and messages conveyed by like-minded countries. There is a common thread. We all, or many of us, are small island developing state. We have a vast EEZ. Mauritius has an exclusive economic zone of 2.3 million square kilometers and share with Seychelles an extended continental shelf of 400,000 square kilometers. The Nagoya Convention, which has been ratified, empowers us as a sovereign state to protect our Saya de Mala, the biggest carbon sink of the Indian Ocean with its vast field of seagrass. And against this backdrop, we have stated very forcefully that there is zero tolerance towards IUU. But the question that begs an answer that at the end of the meeting, we need to convey a message loud and clear that has to be heard forcefully by alleged like-minded countries. Because even within the rank and file of the Indian Ocean Tuna Commission, there are members who give a different interpretation to illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing activities. If we want blue justice, we have to act without fear and prejudice. And I expect at the end of the meeting, there'll be a message sent by UNDP, by Norway, by Denmark, by all of us, that we are willing to wage war on IUU and there's no retreat and surrender. This is the message that we need to convey. Otherwise, this exercise becomes an exercise in futility, and we don't want that. Either we stand up, we put up a common front, and we say enough is enough. Most of our countries are small island developing states, and yet very few pay heed to our voice, despite the fact that many come and exploit our vast exclusive economic zone. When it comes to implementation of policy, we all have national plan of action to deter, to prevent, and eliminate IUU. In 2010, Mauritius published this national plan of action. And I'm saying what we've heard relating to flag state, port state, coastal state, market state, etc. Plan of action is there, and we work very closely with our reliable partners. We export tuna to EU, and we stick thick and thin to regulations. But at the same time, we should not be at the receiving end. And I appeal to our European Union friends. We have competent authority. The blue economy is our lifeline, our lifeblood, our lifestyle. And of course, its livelihood, as has been stated. But make sure what we are saying is that there should be parity of esteem. Parity of esteem, because our sea is the sea of our people. It is the exclusive economic zone, and small island developing states, some of them probably will perish or vanish and will go down under. But if you have a moral conscience, let us level up, stand up and say, yes, people living in coastal states, on islands, they are human beings. They have rights. They have obligation, and these rights have to be fulfilled. As a small island developing state, we work very closely with India, with France, with the Quad. But we all say we have common interests. But of course, they will serve the interests first. But we want our interests to be put in the limelight because we are talking of people, the artisanal fishermen, the fishermen whom we give accompanying measures to go beyond our lagoon, to fish in maritime zone where they can earn a living. We give them the basic needs, but there is more to empowerment than basic needs. We need to level up, and we need to make sure that we widen the circle of opportunities for one and all. One cannot simply look at this problem from a developed state. It has to be looked at from a developing state, from small island developing states. Their concerns are deep-seated. Let me tell our friend that our blue economy is not only lifeline, lifeblood and lifestyle, it is our way of living. It is our way of living. And I appeal to one and all to shift the paradigm, to look positively at small island developing states and coastal states and say they deserve and their resources have to be exploited in a sustainable manner for the empowerment of our people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will now introduce a video sent from His Excellency Nur Salim Mike Mohammed Faisal, Minister of Agriculture, Animal Husbandry and Fisheries of Suriname. He was intended to come but could not. He had to cancel last minute, so please run the video.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, esteemed colleagues and partners. It is a great honor to address the esteemed gathering of the Blue Justice Conference 2025. I must offer my sincere apologies for not being able to join in person in Copenhagen today. While my physical presence is unfortunately quite elsewhere, I assure you that the urgency of the Blue Justice Initiative is deeply embedded in Suriname national policy. The theme of this year's conference, United in Action Against Fishery Crimes, echoes profoundly with us in Suriname, a coastal state with rich yet vulnerable marine biodiversity. For us, fisheries crime is not merely an environmental concern. It is a direct threat to our sovereignty, our economic stability, and the food security of our nations. We have taken significant steps to combat illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. We are strengthening our licensing regimes, expanding the use of vessel monitoring systems, and are expediting the ratification of the Port State Measures Agreement. But, Excellencies, it is vital to be realistic about the challenges we face. Suriname operates as a small island developing state with inherent limitations. We are confronted by limited capacity and infrastructure gap. Our coastal waters are increasingly facing the presence of unidentified illegal vessels. Their activities, heightened fishing pressures, undermine our sustainable management efforts and, crucially, strip our local fishing communities of their livelihoods and the nation of vital revenue. Therefore, my message to this conference is clear. International cooperation is not optional. It is indispensable. We wholeheartedly support the Copenhagen Declaration and call upon the industrialized nation to engage proactivity solidarity with a strong emphasis on capacity building. What we require from you is not only moral support, but also targeting technical assistance, shared real-time maritime intelligence, and financial and technical support. Let this conference be a turning point where we bridge the gaps between developed and developing nations through decisive collective investment in blue justice. Because justice at sea is justice for our people. Thank you.
Thank you. We are now going to try to bring in live from Somalia His Excellency Ahmed Hassan Aden, Ministry of Fisheries and Blue Economy, Federal Government of Somalia.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of God, greetings.
سيد الرئيس أصحاب المعالي والسعادة سيداتي
Your Excellencies, dear participants, I'm honored
وزيرا للثروة السمكية والاقتصاد الأزرق
the minister,
ممثلا لجمهورية الصومال الفيدرالية
as the
أن
minister
نتوجه
of
إليكم بهذه
the
الكلمة في
fisheries
هذا
and blue
المؤتمر الدولي
economy
رفيع
from the federal
المستوى.
government of Somalia. I'm honored to be with you, to
أود أن
participate with you
أعبر
in
عن
this
خالص
conference. I'd
اعتذاري
like to express
لعدم تمكننا من المشاركة
my apologies because we could not participate in person in this conference. We evaluate, of course, so highly this opportunity and this invitation. We will be committed to an effective participation in such an important event, international event. And in the beginning of my speech, I'd like to extend my thanks to Denmark government, to Norway government for their efforts in organizing this international conference. I'd like also to thank you, NDP, for their pivotal role in the international cooperation and in the enhancement of the capacities and the sea initiatives. I'd like also to thank the secretary of the international conference, this conference. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the sea resources are the backbone of many people, the millions of people, especially in the developing countries and coastal countries. However, this legacy, this common legacy, is faced by different and many challenges, especially the illegal fisheries, the dysregulated fisheries, plus the escalation of transnational crimes, organized crimes, and the supply chain. In this framework, the Copenhagen Declaration is a good platform for the enhancement of the international cooperation and for the development of new mechanisms to fight against these phenomena that destabilize the food security. It is an opportunity for the participating countries, including my country, Somalia, to reach new modern mechanisms and tools, including digital tools, to monitor vessels and monitor the activities, the marine activities. And this is something that we really want to enhance in our country so that we enhance the transparency in our country. Dear ladies and gentlemen, Somalia, the Federal Republic of Somalia, is aware of the importance of this file, and during the recent years we've exerted lots of efforts in order to restore the fish legacy, and this was through and into the different legislations and regulations that we have dealt with, especially for the monitoring of the fishing vessels. We've been successful through the initiative, the Blue Initiative, successive in achieving good results. We are also conducting inspections, and we have cases before the court for the offenders. We have also empowered some coastal areas as good partners in the governance, in the maritime governance. All of these efforts from Somalia, plus the support, the technical support that the initiative, the Blue Justice Initiative provided, mirrors the political will to have a fish sovereignty, the maritime sovereignty, and to preserve it for the future generations. Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to say that the challenges or meeting these challenges and overcoming them is based on different pillars. These pillars are, first, enhancement. They should be built on the enhancement of cooperation, international cooperation, through, of course, the exchange of data and information, through the use of new technologies, like, for example, satellite data, in order to monitor the vessels, and, of course, enhancing transparency. The use of the tools provided through the initiative in Somalia, enhancement of the low-income countries' tools in order to fight the crimes at the level of the sea, and reaching sovereignty, the maritime sovereignty of the countries through, of course, the Blue Justice Initiative. The Blue Justice Initiative is not a mere framework of work. It's more than that, actually. For the developing countries, it is more than that, because it leads to the enhancement of the good livelihoods, and the interpreter apologizes because the speaker's internet has cuts. So we will reach sustainability from these efforts. Dear President, dear Your Excellency, ministers, and dear colleagues, the Somalian government is committed to work in the framework of the Copenhagen Declaration, and is committed also to enhance the partnerships that is going to anchor more the security, the level of the seas. And we recommend through this event, we recommend you to help and support the developing countries so that they can reach stability and sustainability, the maritime sustainability in the future, and they can reach through that the justice, the blue justice under any sky. So we, through our commitment to this initiative, we mirror our, we reflect our commitment to the international standards and measures for the generations to come. We are also committed to the implementation of the international standards, international legal standards, and the respect of the sovereignties of the other countries. Thank you so much for listening, and wishing you a good event. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Chairman, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues, partners, ladies and gentlemen, members of the media, good morning. It is a profound honor to address this high-level Blue Justice Conference on behalf of the government of Jamaica. Firstly, I'd like to extend appreciation to the government of Norway, the United Nations Development Programme, and all our partners who continue to advance the global movement for cooperation, innovation, and justice on the world's oceans. Jamaica is especially proud to serve as the secretariat of the Blue Justice Caribbean Hub, a role that we have assumed with a deep sense of responsibility and strategic commitment. Jamaica's national implementation of the Blue Justice Framework draws on a multi-sector ecosystem which engages 17 government agencies and departments. For us, this multi-sectoral approach is critical because transnational organized crime and illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing does not operate in silos. Criminal networks exploit borders, gaps, and vulnerabilities. Therefore, our response has to be equally integrated, informed, and coordinated. Within this framework, Jamaica is pleased that several of our national partners are actually represented today, including the Passport, Immigration and Citizen Agency and the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. Their engagement signals the seriousness with which Jamaica approaches the protection of our marine environment and the enforcement of our maritime laws. For us, when immigration authorities, law enforcement, prosecutors, intelligence agencies, maritime regulators, and fisheries managers, when we all sit at the same table, we strengthen our abilities to detect patterns, close loopholes, and disrupt criminal activity before it reaches our shores and our markets. As you would have heard, I would have loved to be there with you in person. However, as I address you, Jamaica is grappling with the devastating impact of Hurricane Melissa. the most catastrophic natural disaster in our history. It is recorded as the third strongest hurricane and tied for the second highest wind speeds ever documented. The destruction has been catastrophic, especially for fishing communities, which have been literally torn apart. Boats destroyed, gear swept away, homes flattened, thousands of livelihoods disrupted in an instant. And for us, here lies the danger that brings us directly into the heart of the Blue Justice agenda. When fishers lose everything, boats, engines, gear, income, when the pace of recovery is slow because the scale of devastation is so wide, then this void becomes fertile ground for exploitation by transnational organized criminal groups. Criminal networks move with speed. In fact, they monitor disasters of this nature closely, almost as predators would monitor their injured prey. The issue is further compounded by the strain that these natural disasters place on our enforcement capacity. Our law enforcement and military personnel are currently engaged in extensive humanitarian and relief operations, supporting displaced families, restoring essential services, and maintaining public order. Criminal networks observe this. They see the temporary shift in security priorities. They recognize reduced maritime patrol coverage. Consequently, these natural disasters create gaps that those involved in transnational crime may seek to exploit. The challenge is not unique to Jamaica. It's shared by small island developing states across the Caribbean and the global south. Natural disasters create openings that criminal elements are quick to take advantage of if we do not act decisively. This is why the Blue Justice Initiative must ensure that it provides access to the tools, technology, and intelligent architecture that enable countries like Jamaica, enable small island, or as I love to call us, large ocean developing states, to maintain situational awareness, even when physical assets are compromised. The establishment of the Blue Justice International Tracking Center in Vaal, Norway, together with a secure government-to-government digital platform, is one of those transformative tools. The live vessel tracking and analysis system, supported by the Norwegian satellite surveillance, has the potential to provide large ocean developing states with real-time data that is critical for intercepting, monitoring, and deterring illicit activities. In the times of disaster, this international tracking center is nothing short of a lifeline for countries like ours. Today, I reaffirm Jamaica's commitment to SDG 17. We cannot confront transnational organized crime in isolation, and as such, we do need shared data, coordinated intelligence, and critically, we need equity in access to technology. Therefore, in light of our climate realities, in light of the challenges that we face, I make a formal appeal for expanded technological support. We have to find ways to help small island states strengthen border protection capacity in the aftermath of natural disasters like Hurricane Melissa. We have to enhance our satellite and digital surveillance monitoring. We have to ensure access to tools that detect patterns of criminal movement across maritime zones. We must support real-time intelligence dissemination among Caribbean states and those in the global south. And we have to bolster capacity building for officers, for analysts, for prosecutors, and for fisheries professionals. These are not acts of charity. These are strategic investments in global security. Because there is a fact, every legal catch landed, Every boat used for trafficking, every unmonitored border has consequences far beyond the Caribbean Sea. As we gather today, the Blue Justice global community stands at a significant milestone. In 2018, we were just 9 countries. The Copenhagen Declaration now represents 60 nations, covering 37% of the world's economic zones. This is remarkable progress, but it's also a reminder of how far we have left to go. Jamaica as a nation remains committed to preserving our blue economy. We will continue to lead at the regional level. We will continue to strengthen our multi-sectoral framework. We will continue to reinforce our commitment to transparency and cooperation. And we will continue to support regional partners navigate the challenges of IUU fishing and organized crime. However, we cannot do it alone. And certainly not considering what we have faced recently with Hurricane Melissa. So as I close, let us all remember that our fight is not just against criminal networks, but our fight is actually for the people we represent, the fishers whose lives have been upended, the young men and women who deserve economic opportunities rooted in dignity, not desperation, the coastal communities that form the heartbeat of our maritime economy. If we stand united, we can outpace, outsmart, and ultimately overcome criminal networks that threaten our oceans and threaten our shared future. Let us unite for action now. I thank you. Thank you. Again, I'm honored to outline Jamaica's strategic leadership, and we've been spearheading the creation of the Blue Justice Caribbean Hub. For us, a crucial initiative aimed at strengthening our collective response to illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, as well as the transnational organized crime affecting our regional fisheries sector. In June 2022, at the UN Ocean Conference in Lisbon, Portugal, Jamaica proposed the formation of a Blue Justice Caribbean Hub, and the Norwegian government has been critical partners along with the UNDP. To be honest, we recognize that the Caribbean really is comprised of large ocean states with limited personnel and resources to patrol and protect our waters. And fisheries crime and IUU fishing do not respect borders. So no single small island can confront these threats alone. But together, by sharing intelligence, technology, expertise, we can mount a far stronger, more coordinated, and more effective regional response. Our member states in the Caribbean endorse this following a CRFM Ministerial Council resolution, which underscored clearly our determination to uphold the rule of law, to see how we can strengthen governance and protect our marine resources for sustainable development. And this is why in 2023, we officially launched in Copenhagen our Blue Justice Caribbean Hub, and we convened the inaugural regional meeting in Jamaica. So Jamaica is now coordinating the way in fostering regional cooperation, knowledge sharing, and joint action to combat fisheries crime. We have strengthened our responses nationally, as I outlined, through our multi-agency mechanism. And the collaborative approach has laid a strong foundation for knowledge sharing among our regional partners. And this has been adopted by states across the Caribbean. So clearly, what we've looked to do through our Blue Justice Caribbean Hub is to share best practices and to show how we can achieve more when we work together in protecting and preserving our fisheries. The other thing is that our small islands now benefit from collective intelligence, technology, and coordinated enforcement efforts. By pooling our resources, we've been able to see how the region can respond more effectively to IUU fishing and how we can protect our marine resources as a unit, as a regional body. The Blue Justice Hub has strengthened our broader blue economy. It has helped us to safeguard our oceans and sustainable fisheries. And importantly for all of us, especially as political representatives, it has supported jobs, fostered long-term growth for the Caribbean. So I'd like to start this my discussion just by reaffirming Jamaica's full commitment to this initiative and continue to encourage right across the world regional cooperation and the multi-agency mechanism as that way to really ensure that national laws and enforcement protocols align with best practices worldwide. For us, Blue Justice Hub is not a program. It's a shared vision of regional unity, sustainability, and resilience in managing our fisheries sector. And we believe that this conference again provides another framework for us to move forward, united, vigilant, and committed to protecting our livelihoods, food security, and our future.
Good morning, and again, apologies for not being here in person. As Minister Green just shared the process and rationale for the creation of the Blue Justice Caribbean Hub and the aims of the Blue Justice Initiative, which is a prime example of regional cooperation, I'll spend the time that I've been allocated to share some of the benefits I've experienced since the hub has been established. This list is not exhaustive, but here are some of the highlights. Firstly, the ability to have a personal relationship with our regional counterparts and other players in the space, which allows for swift and confident information and intelligence sharing regionally. Regional leaders can reach out to each other, knowing who they are speaking to and having confidence. For example, Jamaica did not realize that initially that we were a transshipment point for glass eel smuggling, but it was a regional leader that reached out to me personally to advise that I should look out for this because he knew what was happening. A level of trust when sharing information. Trust is one of the most important points of this regional cooperation. If persons don't trust each other and not aware of the integrity of the persons they are dealing with. They'll be guarded in sharing sensitive intelligence. Like-minded partners with shared goals facilitates the speedy resolution of issues that regular bureaucracy would take an inordinately long time to resolve. You are working with persons who know the need for speed and know the need to address the problems. As the regional cooperation blossoms, joint operations, sharing of best practices becomes easier. This is demonstrated as we travel around the region, sharing information with each other. All partners have equal access to the best regional experts. And for the Blue Justice Caribbean Hub, we have access to persons like Veron, who presented earlier this morning, and it was such a lovely presentation. More equipment, more eyes to watch, best-in-class analysis of data to inform decisions, making combating organized crime and IUU more effective, impacts, regional officers, all hands on deck to monitor the situation. Persons like Andrea Thomas from Grenada with a drive to start the multi-agency mechanism in Grenada and cooperate with her neighbors to maximize the effect of combating IUU and organized crime. Through regional cooperations, a logical outcome are regional workshops. At these workshops, there's discussion to assist in aligning legal frameworks, identifying gaps and developing of strategies to close these loopholes. Each partner feels free to represent their country and personal views in a safe space. Discussions of cases, brainstorming, creative ways to solve problems are all resolved at these workshops. And most of all, everyone feels that they're a part of the decision making. Finally, I must compliment Cape Verde as they just announced that they're willing to host the Cross-Atlantic Hub. Jamaica is very proud to hear of this development. We recall that 2 members of Cape Verde's security services were in Kingston for the launch of the Blue Justice Caribbean Hub. So we here at the Blue Justice Caribbean Hub commit to sharing our experiences and best practices with Cape Verde as they go through the process of setting up their hub. And thank you. I will rest at this time.
Once again, I'd like to thank everyone.
Painel,
And
onde
in
vamos
this
falar sobre a
panel,
cooperação
where we are going to talk
regional.
about the regional
Eu
cooperation,
partilho também algumas imagens
I share
do nosso Cabo
with
Verde,
you
das
a
nossas
few
ilhas. Como eu
images
disse,
of
são
Cape
ilhas
Verde, of our
atlânticas,
islands. These are Atlantic Islands,
99,3% mar, e que também
9.3%
uma grande área,
sea,
uma zona económica
with a
exclusiva
large
e com uma
area
forte
of
tradição
exclusive economic zone and a strong
marítima.
tradition, a strong maritime tradition.
Cabo Verde é o que
Cabo
nós estamos a
Verde
ver. Está no
You can
centro
see
do
it there.
Oceano
Is at the center
Atlântico,
of
no
the
médio,
Atlantic
no centro
Ocean.
do Oceano Atlântico. Está a 1 hora da costa
And
africana, do
it
Senegal.
is at 1 hour of the Senegal, at less than 1 hour from Brazil and Latin American, 4 hours from Europe, and 7 hours from Boston. And we are base coastal cities, coastal country with a tradition of fishermen for 3 centuries already. To survive, the islands had to immigrate to the United States, Brazil, Argentina to fish the whale and to fish in the North Sea and also in the codfish fishing with the Portuguese in the North Seas, with the Americans and Cape Verde. And along this time, we have a long experience with the sea. Our culture is the sea. That's why we have in the blue economy an important element of the strategy for the development of the country. So we need to care about the ocean. We need to impose some rules, as the Minister of Mauritius said, and I appreciated your presentation. It's not sufficient to have legislation. It's not sufficient to sign agreements. We need to create the conditions for them to be implemented in practice and to have the same language, the same concept. I cannot allow for illegal fisheries in my country and then go and talk about illegal fishing. We need transparency. And what Blue Justice proposes, and I'm now addressing my partners of Norway who have a long cooperation with us for many years, and we want to pass on this feeling of honesty in the relation with the ocean. We need to be truthful. If we want to do blue justice, we need to be truthful. As the Minister of Mauritius said, my surname is Mauricio. The same for your country, Mauritius, because we have the same story. That's why the world is the same. It's a global village. The Portuguese who discovered Cape Verde were also in the Maldives and went through the world. We are here. We need to be at peace with our history, with our common history. We are this country and we are preserving blue economy. And to go into the core of the subject, I'd like to have this hub of the Mid-Atlantic as suggested by our partners here. To have a hub of blue justice in Cape Verde is to take up a partnership at the level of that region. We have Brazil, a huge country. We have Cape Verde, a small country. We have ACDO, our sub-region of fisheries on Western Africa, and we have our partners from Central Africa in this Mid-Atlantic. And we can share because we already have a regional fisheries committee, as there is a regional committee at Central Africa. There are monitoring committees for fisheries oversight. In Cape Verde, we set up a system similar to some that have already been set up. We did a synergy between the Ministry of Defense, the Ministry of Internal Affairs, And we have COSMAR. It's a strong institution. The director of COSMAR is here with us. It's going also to address you. And our mission is to monitor and to supervise our vast area. And it takes part in all exercises we have, BANGAM, and other exercises we carry out at the international level with other countries, with the participation of the Americans, the Europeans, South Americans, Asian, who all participate in those exercises. And during those exercises, we carry out oversight. We go to the end and we simulate the trial of cases. We do not start from scratch. We are, and all those we already know, it's not a novelty, nothing new here. Who does illegal fisheries in the Atlantic? We know them, we know who they are. But those who do illegal fishing in now Cape Verde exclusive economic zone do not enter anymore. They go around it, and where do they go fishing? There where they have permission to fish. So this should be a collective mission. We need to be against those. I don't name them, but we all know who they are for diplomatic reasons. In Cape Verde, I name them, but not here. We know them. We know who they are. It's not enough to work on prevention. We need to be direct and fight against those illegal fishers. And those INN fishers, why do they fish? Because they also have illegal purchasers, and they have the transshipping that is also illegal on high seas. They exist because if you don't have a purchaser, but how is he going to trade the illegal fish he has? That's why the intervention of the Minister of Mauritius, he really pointed out what is crucial. The world is not easy to manage. People say lots of things, but what seems to be is not sometimes what it is in fact. And this is a proverb in Portuguese. What seems to be, sometimes it is not real. So that's why I'm here to tell you and to tell the Minister of Jamaica and the coordinator of RAM of Caraïbes. We are here to cooperate with you. We will reach out to you. We are going to engage in Zoom conferences and to see, together with the Secretariat of Blue Justice, to have a timing for the implementation of the Blue Hub in Cape Verde and to start working with the countries. We have a sub-region. We are here among other countries of our sub-region. The hub can be at Cape Verde, Uganda, Mauritania, or in Brazil. What is important is to have that organization. Cape Verde is the smallest country of the sub-region, but I usually say to be small in the territory doesn't mean to have a small spirit or a small attitude. Cape Verde is in the World Cup, the football World Cup. We are small, but we are participating in there, in the United States of Mexico. But we are a small country. We have a big mind. That's what is important, to pursue our objectives. We are at the World Cup and Basketball Cup, and sometimes we win against large countries. On fisheries oversight, we need to have a serious strategy, a transparent strategy based on science. and science. That's what our partners from Norway, Denmark, and European partners, that's what they have. So we need that knowledge. Technology and knowledge without human capital, training, and without training, we cannot fight illegal fisheries and crimes that take place at sea. Just one more word, and I say that because in our ocean there is another danger. On one side, we have illegal fishing, non-declared fishing, and non-regulated fishing. On the other side, we have the exploitation of deep sea, our deep sea. And on the deep sea, we have huge mineral resources. We need how to exploit the deep sea resources, not to put at stake the sustainability and the ocean's ecosystem. This is another path of reflection. And again, blue justice. Sea is the fishery resources, but also mineral resources, because the rare earths are there, also there. That's what I wanted to say. In Cape Verde, we have the sea. This is the corridor. We are building a maritime corridor from Cape Verde to Abidjan. Goes from Cape Verde, Dakar, Abidjan, 7 countries. It's a maritime corridor. But this corridor, and we also have a highway with 2 components. It's a huge project to be launched. We have the Abidjan Lagos, and we have another corridor in Angola, the corridor of Lubito. It's a major piece of work, and it's from Praia to Abidjan, maritime and terrestrial. It will integrate a number of coastal countries. That's what we have. We have an expansion program of our ports and technology. And here, that's our last image. The industrialization of fisheries and aquaculture. These are the images of a Norway company, Nortunan. It is set up with a huge project to produce tuna, blue tuna, in the middle of the Atlantic, offshore. And the outcomes are very good. They produce tuna and other species to balance the ecosystem. And that's what I wanted to share with you. And thank you very much. Obrigado.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your attention. And I think that the minister has said everything, so I will not be so long. And thank you for receive us. It's an honor to me to address this conference and share a little bit of Cape Verde's perspective as a small island development state, facing this persistent threat linked to EU fishing and organized crimes. Sorry. Okay. In Cape Verde and across West Africa, EU fishing is not just an environmental problem. It's part of a wider criminal ecosystem. We can see a document fraud, a falsification permits, and manipulation of IES, VMS, illegal transshipment, every year we can count with 26 million tons of fish catch illegally worldwide. And for seeds, with large eases and limited accept, this creates a significant vulnerability. This is why cooperation becomes essential to us, not just an option. Our region loses about $9.4 billion every year, and the African continent loses over $11 billion. These losses weaken the food security, the coastal livelihoods, the science management, and the national governance. They also show how it's urgent to strengthen our maritime securities. Criminal networks move across borders. They exploit gaps between jurisdictions and they adapt quickly. So we have to be quickly too. Regional corporations allow us to share intelligence in real time, conduct joint operations, harmonized legal frameworks and sanctions, and coordinate surveillance. When we pool resources, we create collective capacity that no country can achieve by itself. Okay. In our region, we really have some mechanisms with corporation. We have some experience yet with CSRP, the sharing of data, UNODOC, the Maritime Crime Coordination, FAO have given us a lot of support in the PSMA measurements, and we have a strategic document that we are put it in way every day. In this moment, I have 2 inspectors who is in Portugal and changing and making training with other CPLP inspectors. These mechanisms show that aligned regional actions produce real impact. The Blue Justice Initiative has been transformative for Cabo Verde. The Copenhagen Declarations promote a whole of governmental cooperation to detect, investigate, and prosecute fisheries crimes. Blue Justice and UNDP Blue Resilience support this through secure digital platforms, capacity buildings, and regional coordinations. The Caribbean ROHUB is a successful example that we will how can I say? We say in Portuguese que vamos beber desta experiência. Yes, we will drink from this experience. Cabo Verde is now exploring the possibility of establishing the Middle Atlantic Hub, strengthening regional intelligence and operational capacity across the Atlantic. So, and we are now increasing and be better. We modernized our VMS and TEMIS system with advanced tracking and analytical tools. We reinforce the PSMA port inspections and interagency corporations, like the minister has mentioned. And to finish, as a region, the way forward includes a stronger digital interoperability, regional intelligence centers, coordinated maritime operations, harmonized legislations, including IS regulation, sustainable financing. The ocean is too vast for any country to patrol it alone, and too valuable to leave vulnerable to the organized crime. Thank you.
Thank you. Obrigado. Gunnar, I'm going to give you the floor for the final thoughts. You can sum up on behalf of the Secretariat before we go to lunch. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think it's actually a bit difficult to sum up, but my thoughts about this is that when we're talking about interagency cooperation, we know and have experienced that is key to handle such a complex criminal phenomenon that we're talking about. It's important on a local level in each country to have interagency groups. We heard the Jamaican minister talking about their multi-agency mechanism in Jamaica and that it is producing results. We also know that regional cooperation is important. But what is special about the kind of regional cooperation that we are promoting is actually interagency regional cooperation. And I think that is what is unique with the Blue Justice Caribbean Hub, is that it's not only a cooperation between fisheries authorities, it's a multi-agency regional cooperation. So and that is important. One of the things that is key, I believe, to sustain that kind of cooperation over time is energy. You need energy. And I'm not talking about energy in form of electricity, but the electricity of the humans. And that is extremely important. And that's what I really liked about the speech of the minister from Cabo Verde, from the minister from Jamaica, and many of the speeches that have been here. In particular, I would say from His Excellency, the minister from Mauritius, that was electrifying in his speech. And that is extremely important. It's extremely important. And I think maybe sometimes the politicians don't understand the impact of that. So the reason why we, for many years, have stressed to bring in ministers to these conferences is to give energy to the people that will continue to work the rest of the week, and to give them the energy to understand that what we are doing is important and we want to continue with this. And that is extremely important. Finally, I want to say that it's fantastic that Cabo Verde is going to be the host of a Mid-Atlantic hub. And just think about it, a Mid-Atlantic hub. Why is that particularly a good idea? And I believe because when you are setting up structures, you have to follow the problem. So where is the problem? It's in the Caribbean Ocean, it's in the Mid-Atlantic. And when you actually analyze and you see the long patterns of for example, the movements of refrigerated cargo ships transporting fish all over the world, it's a corridor between the Atlantic. So why don't we create structures that are dealing with the modus operandi of the ones that we are trying to combat? So I think it's an excellent idea, and I really encourage Cabo Verde and also the region to continue to work on this idea, and we will certainly support that. So thank you very, very much, and I think there's a lunch coming up, and also to the Mauritius minister. We think that to prepare a press release is a very good idea. We're working on it, and we will share a draft soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gunnar. I'm now going to welcome up on stage the whole panel. You know who you are, and then I will introduce you subsequently. Okay, I will start with you, Francesca Francavilla, since this is your panel in a way. You're heading this, and you're a senior economist at the ILO. And the background for this, by the way, is also that we will talk about the relevance of blue justice to the measurement of forced labor, trafficking, and decent work, and why is evidence from national surveys important for policy actions. And we have also Gunnar, you already know. I'm not going to introduce you for the third time. And then we have Per Andreas Vinningstad Larsen, head of section for Oceans Department for Climate, Nature and Business at the Norwegian Government Agent for International Development, NORAD. And then we have Mr. Nawawi from the BRIN. He's so in implementation lead, operationalization, data quality and institutional coordination. And Rizky Octaviana, who is coordinator of Maritime Department, the Union of Indonesian Migrant Workers. And we will start with you, Francesca. Please take the floor.
Thank you. And welcome back after the lunch section. I have to say that I'm very honored to be part of this community. It's my first time here, and I'm very excited. My presentation will concern sharing with you the methodology and tools that we develop for the survey on decent work in marine fishing, and particularly the measurement of forced labor and trafficking for forced labor. So, as background, you all know very well the Copenhagen Declaration. As part of the declaration, there is an explicit reference to human trafficking as part of transnational organized crime in the fishing industry. And the declaration also recognized the need of inter-agency and cross-border action in order to fight forced labor, trafficking of forced labor. So it's under this background that the Blue Justice Initiative collaborates with the ILO, the International Labour Organization, in order to create methods and tools to measure trafficking in fishing sector. And in particular, ILO has collaborated also with the UNODC and the IOM organization, so it's an UN interagency project in order to have a common methodology to measure trafficking in fishing. But this partnership is also an opportunity to make these tools available for the Blue Justice community, and also to create synergy with other development cooperation projects. In particular, at ILO, there was another big important project that was called 8.7 Accelerator Lab that was supported by NORAD, and the two projects joined forces in order to have a stronger impact. So, I think you all know about the problem of trafficking in person in the fishing sector, in particular when it's related to illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. There are many cases reported, but unfortunately, the data available to measure problems and progress are very limited. So the aim of this survey is exactly to try to fill this gap and produce a methodology that gives reliable data on the presence of forced labor and trafficking. And the data that we want to produce with this survey are statistically representative. That means that are data that do not only represent the sample that we are interviewing, but also the underground population, the population of fishers in a country. Are replicable, that means that you can use the same methodology in time and make comparison and measure progresses, and also is standardized. So to the extent possible, we use the same methodology for several countries. We can compare the situation in different countries. Of course, the methodology can be adapted because each country is different, but the standard approach is the same and similar to the extent possible. So as the survey actually has a foundation in the ILO Convention, ILO International Labor Standards. For those that are not familiar with ILO, the convention are binding legal instrument. That means that once the country has ratified the convention, they are obliged to follow the indication of the convention and to report to ILO. So there are two important conventions. One is the Work in Fishing Convention, that is the convention that sets standard for decent work in the fishing sector, and the second one, the Forced Labor Convention. The first convention is ratified only by 24 countries in the world, and the second is a very old convention, quite important. It is ratified by 181 countries. In addition to that, we also look at the Palermo Protocol. I'm sure you are familiar with that. It's the protocol to prevent, suppress, and punish trafficking, especially for women and children. And this is the one that describes legally what is trafficking in person. So this is what we measure with the survey. The survey aims to measure indicator of decent work. As I said, the Convention 188 set basic standard for decent work. And you can see in the screen there are many different indicators that are responding to the different articles of the convention. So minimum wage, for example, we measure how many children are in child labor. We measure hours of rest and percentage of workers that work overtime. Fisher work agreement, if they have a contract, if it is a written or just a verbal contract. Recruitment fees is very important. Method of recruitment, formal, informal, how much they pay for the recruitment. In principle, according to the law fair recruitment recommendation, workers should not pay for their job, so the recruitment costs should be paid by the employers. We also measure the indicator 10.7.1, that is the amount of recruitment fee that people have to pay in proportion of their salary. And you see we have many other indicators, the type of payment, how much they are paid, accommodation and food, occupational and safety, social security, protection in case of work-related sickness, injury, or death. So these are several indicators that follow the indication of the recommendation, and we measure quantitatively through the interviews with workers. Let me go deeper on the definition of forced labor. So according to the Convention 29, forced labor is all work or service that is exacted from any person under the menace of any penalty and for which the side person has not offered himself voluntary. So you can see in red in the slide there are two elements of forced labor. The first one is menace of penalty, so what we generally call coercion, and the second part is the element of involuntariness. The work is not voluntary. And this is the legal definition, but in 2018, ILO has produced guidelines concerning the measurement of forced labor, in which has translated those that are legal standard to statistical standards, so how to measure forced labor. So this is actually what we do in this survey. We follow this guideline. And then, as we mentioned, there is the Palermo Protocol. It's not forced labor, it's trafficking, but there are some overlaps in definition and some overlap in measurement. So for Palermo Protocol, we have three different elements: act, means, and purpose. The act are all the different phases in the trafficking cycle. So you have recruitment, transportation, transfer, harboring, and receipt of a person. And then the means are, what you wouldn't like to see there: threat or use of force, deception, abduction, coercion, fraud, and so on. And finally, the purpose is the purpose of exploitation that can take different forms, but one of that is forced labor. So this is what we do in the survey. We measure the two elements of forced labor, involuntariness and coercion. And we measure that in the different phase of the employment cycle. So at deception during recruitment, for example, we can measure if the person was unaware that he was going to work on a fishing vessel. The person could not know about the condition of work, so the wages, the number of hours, how long he should have been in the sea. And also, this person would not have accepted this job knowing these conditions. And in addition, we ask, and the person say that they felt, they believed that the worker, the employer, or the skipper, or the captain took advantage of their vulnerability. So an abuse of recruitment over time when the worker work long hour and they were not aware that that were the condition at work and would not have accepted the job. Similar for hazardous condition, they were not aware at the level of hazardousness of the work and they would not accepted this job. There is also work under degrading condition. That means that fishers do not receive enough quantity or quality of food, neither drinking water. And finally, there is a situation in which the workers were transferred to other employers or other vessels without their agreement. That can happen also in the middle of the sea without that they have any choice. Let's look at what is coercion according to our surveys. We have deceptive or forced recruitment. So again, we look at different phases of employment. A recruitment is when a person cannot refuse to take the job because of a debt with the employer or recruiter. We mentioned before the recruitment fees that they have to pay. Sometimes they receive advancement in wages and then they are trapped because they feel they have to return this money back. Or threat of physical violence. There is abuse at work when people are constantly under, a threat or to them or their family member, physical violence, or violence against co-workers that they believe there can be violence also against them, also deny or basic needs. There is also when workers are not able to complain, because forced labor is not only when you cannot leave, but also when you cannot complain about exploitative working condition, because you are threatened by the consequences, negative consequences of complaining. Like, for example, you can lose your job or face partial pay or strike or denied food or other benefit. There is when the worker, the employer or the recruiter or the captain with all the identity document of fishers, so they cannot go anywhere. And finally is when there is a form of coercion that impede workers to quit their job. For example, because again, they may have a debt and they feel they cannot leave, or because they are threatened to be reported to authority, or because they are under physical violence, and so on. So this is how we practically measure coercion, asking this question to our workers in the survey. And finally, regarding the relationship between trafficking and forced labor. So in order to have trafficking, as we mentioned before, we need to see an act, and means, and a purpose. In this case, all the people that are forced labor, we have the purpose of forced labor. But when we look at the act and means, the fishing sector is a very peculiar sector because very often fishers are harbored in the fishing vessel, so they sleep there, they live there for days, weeks, and even months. So in this case, you have the condition of harboring under forced labor, so there is also the means and there is the purpose. So all the workers that are in forced labor and are harbored in the vessel, they are also trafficked. For the others, instead, you have to verify if there are means in the other step of the employment phase. So now I wanted to tell you about our experience in the field with this methodology. So we first test this methodology in 3 countries with a pilot of only 8 interviews to test the sampling and the questionnaires. And we did that in Indonesia, South Africa, and Ghana. Then we extended this survey to a larger population to do the full survey. And we managed to reach our target that was quite high, more than 3,400 interviews of fishers workers only in Indonesia. And this is why we are showcasing Indonesia today, because it's a very successful case. We tried the same in South Africa. It was quite hard because there was a low responses rate, but also the conditions were different. We didn't manage to work directly with the government. That is what we did in Indonesia. So you will hear more about Indonesia, but I want to introduce you the different tools. So we have a sampling strategies that is actually a strategy that we call indirect sampling strategies, because we start for ports and then we go to the port and we have the list of vessels, and for each vessels we have the list of workers and we sample for them. And then we have the other way to do the sampling, that is in the living quarters. So in the area surrounding the ports, we select the household, in the household we select the fishers and we interview them. So that gives us a very good coverage. In the household, we also can interview retrospectively. So not only the persons that are currently working, but also those that experience, violation of workers' rights in the past, in the last 3 years specifically. Then what is very important, we have an indicator framework and country rules. So the indicator frameworks report all the indicators that we can measure and quantify with the survey. Some of them I just introduced before. And the counting rules are actually rules that you use to coding the information that you have in your questionnaires in order to have your indicators. I forgot to say the questionnaire. There are 2 questionnaires that are questionnaire for the living house and the questionnaire for the vessel. And finally, in terms of governance, that is extremely important. We will hear more about that later. We have 2 committees, a technical advisory committee and a national steering committee that provide technical and strategical guidance during all the process. These are representative of the government, of the different relevant agencies, but also representative of workers, business, civil society, academia, etc. I just want to point you to our toolkit that we recently put online. You can scan or can visit the ILO website where you can find the different tools. So we collect there all the tools for the surveys to make them available to the world community, and particularly the community in this event, to replicate this survey in other countries. So you will have the framework of indicators, you will have the counting rules, the questionnaires, and more tools will come. And finally, I just want to point you to the survey that we produce in Indonesia. We launched the report. It was very comprehensive report in March 2025 at the presence of the Ministry of Labor, Ministry of Fishery, representative of worker, representative of employer, because the ILO is a tripartite organization that usually have the 3 parties present. And this report, as I said, is very comprehensive. It concludes with a precise recommendation that the country is taking account in its commitment to ratify the Convention 188 that was just a few months later announced. All that is available for your consultation. Is quite technical work. It provides a different angle that is more the human rights angles, and I remain available for any question if you have a question during the following days. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Francesca. And now I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Mawawi, who represents BRIN, the Indonesia Government National Research Innovation Agency, who will speak further on the case of Indonesia. Please.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay, thank you. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you. Today I would like to share our experience conducting a survey supporting by ILO. Oh. Okay. Francesca has just presented the result, and now I would like to talk about how we manage our survey. For the background and context, as you may know, that Indonesia now become the world's largest marine capture fisheries. According to the FAO recent global fisheries statistic, Indonesia ranked first in marine capture fish productions. And Indonesia captured 7.2 million metric ton of marine fish annually. And this accounts for 15% of the world total marine captures. And the country also top producer of tuna, mackerel, skipjack, and shrimp, and mostly export to AU, US, and also some countries in Asia. So Indonesia play a significant role in the marine capture in the world. In Indonesia itself, marine captures also play important role in our society, not only cultural but also economy, because marine capture provide jobs and livelihood for millions of Indonesia. At least 20 million Indonesia depend on these sectors, and also for our food security, and the last also for our national defense. This is important because I didn't hear that national defense also very important in other countries. And our government also have a strong concern to improve our labor conditions. Recently, our government established new regulation to protect our marine fishers by establishing a regulation to strengthen, to avoid the child labors, because we still have a culture to involve children working in the fishery sector. So under new regulations, only those up to 18 years old can be workers in the marine capture fishings. And also some regulation obligation to protect the fisher, for example, by providing, or obligation by providing medical tests and also social protection, especially for work accident and also death insurance. And for this project, national representative data on the working condition of fisheries is very important for us, because we have the statistic of fisheries, but not all data for the decent works. That's why our cooperation with ILO to conduct first comprehensive survey of decent work in marine fishing provides rich baseline indicator for decent work gaps, and also including forced labor and trafficking cases in Indonesia. This project actually helped our government to design targeted interventions, for example, law enforcement, safety training, recruitment monitoring, and so on. And good news, in the late of September this year, our government has just declared that through Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, and also through the Ministry of Manpower, next year we are preparing to ratify the ILO Convention of C1XX. This is very important because we have been debating about this ILO Convention of 1XX for the protection of the fisher crews, and now the government commit to prepare for this ratification. And this project, of course, we hope that can enable international comparison and inform global dialogues. I'd like to share you some key enablers how we can manage our projects. First, effective governance. Clear institutional argument is very important. Our sites, our institute, BRIN, lead survey design and all preparation, including all coordination with the related ministries, and also with the National Steering Committee, and also for the research implementation and dissemination. BRIN is the only research institution under the government of Indonesia. We work under the direction directly under our president. That's why we can access everything, including data. And the ILO provides methodological guidance and technical consultation. And also there are 3 ministries that's involved in this project and contribute a lot, especially access for data, including data access on vessel and community samplings. This is very important because in our country, this data cannot access by the public, because this data only can be used for the ministry or the government official to manage everything about the fishing industry. And also a clear institutional agreement with the National Steering Committee. We established this NSG, and they provide many aspects of substantial consultation, access to data and local stakeholder, and coordination at the national and local level. Next, what we have for the governance challenge and lesson in Indonesia, we still face fragmented authority across ministry and local government, especially if we talk about the forced labors, trafficking, decent work, and etc. There is also a different perspective when we understanding about the issue and findings among trade unions, employers, and the government, especially when we discuss about even with the definition of forced labor. Government tends to be political interest, employer tend to be economical interest, but the trade union try to ask to give the voice of the officers. And then the challenge, NSC members are high-profile official because we involve them as a decision maker, so we can get access easily to data and policy. But sometimes we face limited availability. That's why we used to have a hybrid meeting with these NSC members. And also, of course, data accessibility from national to local level, it is also one of the challenges in our country, especially data from the port and the community records. And also a challenge with the interview vessel crew, because it is not easy. About timing and scheduling, can you imagine when we approach them after they are in the ocean for 1 month, 3 months, and then they're back to the port and they want to go back to their family, but we stop and ask them to participate in our respondent. So timing and scheduling also very important challenge. But we have a lesson learned. For example, we start our coordination early with the many institutional arrangement and also with the representation of National Steering Committee. Even before we accept this project, we make sure that we can access data, especially from the port records and also community records. We also have a regular consultation with ILO Jakarta and ILO Geneva. We have a regular meeting before, during, and after survey, and also build strong coordination and communication, especially with port authorities, because they have the port records, including what Francesca said about the vessel list and also the name that we can make a sample for our survey. And also, of course, special training for researchers and enumerators, because issue of forced labor, decent work is a new issue for us and also for our researchers and our enumerators. So we explain them about this issue, and then when respondent asks why you want to do this research, why this question is important, so our enumerator, our researcher can also explain in the right answer for them. The key enabler 2 is a robust methodology. As Francesca mentioned, we have very strict methodology designed by ILO. And in the Indonesia case, we divided our methodology using quantitative and qualitative methods. We did indirect sampling based on port, covering national, and then provincial, and also regional, and also local. This cover every types of seaports in our country, and we also have mixed respondent based on vessel-based and community-based sampling. And also the questionnaire built based on aligned with the decent work framework with the ILO, but some of the questions we adjusted according to the condition of Indonesia. And we also did interviews and FGD at the national and provincial level with the key stakeholder and local informant to gather qualitative data on our finding in the quantitative data. Next, this is the figure of how we collect our data from based on name of the port, 4 types of the ports, and also administrative area based on the several provinces in Indonesia. And we finally successfully collect data around 3,432 respondents. Our target actually 3,500. So this is, I think, a good result from our research compared to other countries that Francesca mentioned. And ensuring data quality also important. We have a regular meeting with the ILO from the designing the questionnaire, sampling frame, data formulation, coding and cleaning and validation. We also recruit our experienced enumerator because as the research institute, we have a good relation with local university and also local statisticians, so we involve them for the enumerators. We also train them, not only questionnaire, but also something related to the decision work, fisheries, and others. And we did daily evaluation, reporting meeting with enumerators. Even we ran office in every field station. So every afternoon we gathered all the enumerators and discussed the findings. And we have a real-time monitoring dashboard. So our team in Jakarta, our team in Geneva also can monitor the progress of the survey using the computer-assisted personal interview. And then data triangulation, validation with port authorities record and vessel, and sampling tools prepared by ILO and also with the fishers. And sampling data validation from district to sub-district until community association, because sometimes we got data, not updated data from sub-district, so we validate the data until sub-district and then until the community association institutions. So that's why we ensured our data quality meet the standard of the ILO guidelines of the methodology. This is how we did the survey for our training for our enumerators. And this is also some interview with the, for the first time, it's not easy actually to approach, especially the captain, but with using our social approach, experiment approach, then we can also approach them and then they can work with us to help us with the survey. And the third three enables effective coordination. As I mentioned before, we established National Steering Committee, ILO, BRIN, government institution, and trade union employer association to have a regular consultation meeting and also reporting all updates. And we have a discussion about, for example, our result and then how it can also relate to the dissemination and implementation of the project. Also, we engage the harbor master and field manager. They are very important, and also vessel captain and vessel owners and fishing crew to get permit to port record and empirical data, because port record and as I mentioned before, cannot be accessed for publics. And then we also use local enumerator partnership for access to the community sites and regular technical consultation with ILO data specialists. This is how we conduct our online meetings with NSG and also with ILO specialist data in using online and also direct consultation with the ministries so we can get access to data. And we have a lesson learned from the institutional coordination in terms of Indonesian experiment. We found that labor inspector and fisheries officer operate under separate mandates. That's why sometimes it's difficult for us to make a coordination among them. And we also found that data gap exists between registry data from port records and actual active vessel. That's why sometimes we validate the data and check whether the data is updated or not. And then also between household regulation at the district and the lowest level community association, we check all the data, then we can get the update data on the statistic for our sampling. And also, we need for an integrated national information system for labor condition in fisheries. This is important because Indonesia still has no a system that put all the data information about fisheries condition in our country. And the evidence for policy, our survey actually does evidence from supply to support policy. First, identification of high risks employment cycle of the fishing sector. We also can get input for developing a roadmap toward C188 ratification, as Indonesia will ratify next year. And also can be used basis for designing coordination at the interminal meeting level for port-based labor inspection protocol, and of course, enhance international cooperation on safe and fair fisheries. And for the conclusion, we learned that Indonesia 2024 decision work survey on fishing crew demonstrate that robust evidence is achievable even in complex and informal sectors, and the good governance, strong coordination, and sound method are the key for the successful of the projects. And this model can be used to guide other countries and global initiatives under the ILO technical guidance. I think that's all. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you. We are now moving on. we are going from evidence to policy and practice. And here to speak about that is Rizky Octaviana, who's coordinator of the Maritime Department at the Union of Indonesian Migrant Workers. Please, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Rizky Octaviana, former of migrant visa and also survivor of human trafficking back in the days 2012-2014. And now as I'm working at SBMI as a coordinator of Department Maritime to fight the migrant visas and local visas rights in Indonesia. And today I would like make a presentation about how SBMI use the data-driven policy advocacy to protect Indonesian fisher, especially who work on the local fisher and working on abroad. Because when you talk about the migrant fishers and the local fishers, these two has been related because they are productive ages like before 40 years old. They will work in the foreign fishing flag, and after that, after 40 years old, they return back into the local fishing, local vessels. So that is really common and relative issue as well. And also, this presentation highlight the current challenges fisher face in Indonesia and key finding from recent data like Brin or Panawawi presentation before about their surveys and understanding working condition. And also SBMI advocacy effort using the ILO guidelines or ILO convention and also using the latest survey or research that Pak Nawawi done this last year. And yeah, first. So the background, like Pak Nawawi mentioned earlier, Indonesia is a maritime nation with 2.7 million fishers, including migrant seafarers. And based on SBMI data from 2013 to 2024, there are 43 cases of Indonesian migrant fishers. And also Indonesian fishers face a high risk of the exploitation, forced labor, and human trafficking and human rights violation, and also limited legal protection and weak cross-border enforcement. Database advocacy is crucial to support sustainable and inclusive policy reform. And if we can see about the condition of Indonesian fisher general overview, there is some of problem they're facing. First of all is status of employment, as we know, and we also known from Pak Nawawi research lately, like written agreement or status of employment. There is only like Indonesian visa, they have a written agreement or 9.3%, and also there is a lot of them still facing the verbal agreements, or there is no legally binding whether you see like this recruitment or this visa, they only have like verbal agreement between the employer or between the vessel owners. And also they're still facing over than 14 hours a day or 91 hours a week. So in ILO, we know there is the migrant, the fishers itself, they're supposed to have a rest like 10 hours per day, but we don't know yet, and we don't know like clearly like how they calculate these 10 hours of their of the rest time, whether then they just like when they just on the board not doing anything or in the offices. So we have to make clear on that. And also health and safety on board, like extreme weather, lack of personal protective equipment like PPE. Most of Indonesian fisher at the moment, they don't have, when they work on the fishing vessel, they don't really have like PPE for them, even though the company or the vessel owner, they don't provide it. If they provide it, they will calculate as a debt or they will deduct it their salary to pay those PPE. safe relative, including the lack access on-board safety equipment like life vests, like I mentioned earlier, insufficient safety briefing on the board. When they get in on board, they're supposed to get like briefing, how to do a rescue or what will they doing while the vessel have like, for example, had an emergency situation in the high seas, but they never get that. And also the social protection. This is the most common, like, important issue. As Pak Nawawi research this year, there is 71.1% of the Indonesian visa do not have employment social security membership. And also 54.9 of them do not have health and social security membership. So who will take a responsibility if they got injured in the vessel while they're working? So based on our experience during advocate them, there is some of the vessel owner or the employer, they won't take a responsibility or they provide the compensation of them, but most of them doesn't really care. And this is about the slide about the payment method. They mostly about the Indonesian visa, they using the cash and share payment method, which mean like 93% of visa are paid through the cash and share system. And sometimes the frequency of 90% from the small vessel, they got higher payment rather than large or big vessel, because you can see from this slide, there is like more sharing catch with the large vessel, because large vessel they use a lot of, or they have a lot of crew membership. That is why the large vessel get more like the large vessel got the minimized than if you compare with the small fishing vessel. Small vessel, if you can see, small vessel can have like 90% and medium vessel got 56% and large vessel 38%. The result revealed that small vessel heavily rely on the cash share system as their primary payment method. In contrast, medium and large vessels are more likely to adopt the diverse range of payment methods, such as additional bonus, lump sum payment, and fixed wages. These differences reflect variation in operational scale, management structures, and the need for the flexibility in payment system across different categories of vessel. This is like Francesca mentioned earlier about the Indonesian visa on forced labor. Most of them facing major means of coercion visa in forced labor. As we know, there is a lot of 34.1% visa do not have access of their identification documents, like most of the captain or the recruiter, since the recruitment process or since they're working on the vessel, the recruiter or the captain, they hold the document of the visa itself to do as they occupy as they hold this document, so the captain can do anything with the workers. And also Francesca also mentioned there is no grievance mechanism for the fisher while they work on the fishing vessel. Whenever they try to make a complaint to the captain or to the second hand who in charge on the vessel, they will get threatened. Like, for example, if you make a complaint to the captain or to the recruitment agency or to the employer, they will not really care about you, because they will threaten you back about they will not they will not pay you, or they don't even get the food or water or food hot or food the proper food. And fisher cannot leave the job to the debt own or trade by report to the authorities. And most of them, like, if you have like verbally contract or written contract with the vessel owner or with the captain, if you want to leave the job, you supposed to pay the day bondage like calculate like multiple from their wages as well, and sometimes they don't even pay your rights or pay your wages. And the majority that give rise in voluntary work, like visa wants to terminate the contract but cannot do so. Like I mentioned earlier, is similar situation. Like if you broken your or if you terminate your contract, you supposed to pay double amount of money. And visa work hazardous conditions that make them fear their safety or health, like not provide, not given like proper food, and visa experience abusive recruitment, excessing working hours. I think everyone already knows like about the working or working condition or working hours about the visa itself. And this is this data I get it from the Pak Nawawi research on ILO decent work in marine and fishing survey in Indonesia. And this is the key factor of visitors working abroad. The first one is economic hardship, lack of job opportunities and low wages made many visitor families become poor. And then the second, the culture of maritime country. Most Indonesian visitors live in the coastal territory, working as visitors in their primary source of income, and this work has been passed down through their families. And also the third one and most common issue is the climate change issue. Visitor generally migrates from their place to resident to fishing ground, which are sometimes located far from home. This migration is regarded as a coping mechanism to address socio-economic challenge and to follow the migratory pattern of fish that make up their catch. For example, before the climate change happened, visitors can go to fishing ground only 30 minutes, but if when the climate change like happening right now, they have to go more far away from the fishing ground. Like it took them like 3 hours now, and it's cost them a lot of money for the local traditional fisher. And recruitment process, as I mentioned earlier, there is a lot of there is a lot of the local fishers through made the recruitment through their family members or relation, like informals, and recruitment fee also become the most common issue in this process. And SBMI also have a role in advocacy on regional and global level. At the moment, our college has been attend to the Western and Central Pacific Fisheries Commission in Manila, Philippines, and also we put the ILO guidelines, ILO convention as considering to the WCPFC Commission to think about the human rights and human rights on the fishers sector. And the role of SBMI, since 10 years back or more, SBMI working with the intergovernmental body like ILO, UNODC, and also IOM to advocate, provide the legal aids, and also repatriation, economic and social reintegration for human trafficking victims. I would like to mention about the social reintegration for human rights trafficking. You know, when you deal with the human trafficking cases or forced labor, it's not only about the wages, but also about the social or about the trauma that they were facing. So I have one friend, they become a human trafficking like me as well, and they are really hard to facing their family, especially in the village, because the people on those villages, they think if you're working abroad or if you're working as a fisher, you make a lot of money because you not spend any money while you on board. But in fact, they don't even get paid, and they treat them like so poorly. And also, SBMI approaching Ministry of Manpower and Ministry of Marine to ratify Marine and Visa to ratify the CILO 188 work on fishing. and also SBMI at the moment ensure Ministry of Marine and Fisheries Affairs for the implementation of the Conservation and Management Measure or CMM labor standard in 2028 in Asia Pacific area. And this is my last slide. The protection of the workers is the collective responsibility of the governments, employers, and worker organizations. Evidence-based data provides stakeholders with the insight necessary to improve working conditions. As we know, transorganized crime, they are so organized. That is why we would like to build collaboration with every stakeholder to deal with the cases with the transnational organized crime. I think that's it for me. Thank you. Terima kasih.
Thank you. We're now going to welcome the funding partners, perspectives and replication. Start with Per Andreas Vinningstad Larsen, head of section at NORAD. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I have to start by saying it's really such a great privilege and honor to be here together with all of these distinguished and knowledgeable people. I'm very grateful to be here and to be part of this community. So I have to start with saying that. And I would also like to congratulate my colleagues here in the panel. I think that the work that has been presented here really is a milestone. Not just for Indonesia, but actually for how we understand the blue economy. In NORAD, we are responsible for managing a large part of Norway's ocean-related development cooperation about fishing, oceans, marine litter, plastic pollution, etc. And our starting point is very simple. I think it's maybe not simple to carry out, but it's clear. There is no sustainable blue economy without a respect for human rights, and that includes decent work. We also know that crimes in the fisheries sector really comes together with tax evasion, corruption, and human rights abuse. And we have to be honest, these abuses are not just gaps in the system. Actually, there is someone somewhere making money also and hiding the real costs. So if we want change, we have to change the incentives. I think our part of the ILO 8.7 Accelerator Lab sits right in the middle of it. And so as a funding partner, I wanted to share 3 lessons from this work, from the broader project that I think are important for the wider Blue Justice agenda. First, from this specific project, flexibility was part of the reason why it was successful. Flexibility is a strategic asset for actually achieving outcomes. Development cooperation, which is funded by organizations such as NORAD, often is too rigid. We approve a plan, we have to stick to it, but here there was flexibility to scale up, and we saw this clearly with the work in Ghana, where there was a momentum for labor reform in the fishing sector. And because actually the funding was flexible, the ILO and the Accelerator Lab could sort of scale up and support Ghana, who then became the 22nd country to ratify the Work in Fishing Convention. So I'm very glad, that we could support you in your leadership on that, play a part in that. And it didn't stop there. Through the social dialogue that was supported by the lab, there was a collective bargaining agreement that was reached that also gave the workers in the sector a substantial wage increase and more secure contracts. So for us as a donor, that I think is a clear, simple lesson. We have to fund the momentum and be part of the momentum. Second lesson, data is the hard currency of policy reform. I'm not going to speak to that. We are short on time. I just wanted to say I think that was very clearly presented how important this data is actually for enforcement. Enforcement data, it's very fundamental. Finally, I think that we need a compliance ecosystem that links hardware and software, if you pardon my metaphor. And hardware, by hardware, I mean the control, the vessel tracking, the digital tools, etc. By software, I mean the people and the institutions, the labor inspectors who know what to look for, etc. So in NORAD, in Norway, we support this ecosystem in several ways. For example, as part of this project in South Africa with the ILO, we have supported the Stella Maris Fisher Welfare Center, which has already provided care and support to more than 400 fishers. And in the SADC region, member states have agreed a common commitment to eliminate forced labor in fisheries. And we also, from our side, support Watchdog, who shine a light on abuses. For example, we work with the organizations such as the Environmental Justice Foundation, and the Pulitzer Center for Crisis Reporting also helps journalists and NGOs to uncover cases and financial flows that would otherwise remain invisible. So that's also part of this wider ecosystem. Now, to wrap up, I was asked to say a little bit about sort of the future for us in this work. I think for us in NORAD, it really means bringing all of these lessons into our existing portfolio on oceans. The experience from the Accelerator Lab with the ILO will help shape how we work across our ocean-related development cooperation, from Fish for Development to efforts against IUU fishing and related crimes. It also means continuing to look for smart strategic partnerships with the ILO, with regional bodies, and within the Blue Justice Initiative, and also then with all of the partners here today. So I look forward to continuing the conversations this afternoon. So to conclude, we now have clear proof that labor data is essential for Blue Justice. The tools are here and the methods are tested. So our task is to use them in ways that change incentives, that hold profiteers to account, and actually provide real protection for the people who depend on the oceans for their livelihoods. Thank you very much.
Once again, Gunnar, you get the last word. Please.
Thank you very much. I know that we are a bit short of time. I just want to say first on the results of this project. I think what struck me is the sort of, there must be a lot of logistics behind it. You know, to interview 3,000 people is a huge achievement. So I really want to congratulate you on that. But it's also actually to bring forward those stories and those experiences of these people, which is so important. Yeah, I believe that this is a very important work. It's like a sort of baseline work, which is important to use and to build on, both on the policy arena, but also hopefully also that it could be useful from a more operational point of view, or at least also to facilitate that interagency cooperation which is needed, and to ensure that labor inspection authorities also are included in interagency cooperation against fisheries crime. So I think that is really good. Our plan with the tools that has been developed is to make them available for the users of the Blue Justice community, and hope that this will be useful, maybe on a country level, but also as an inspiration to continue to work on this very dark but very important topic. Finally, I want to say that we have had very good cooperation with ILO, with Francesca, so thank you very much. It has taken a bit of a while with this, but it's important. It's important work. I also want to say that from a funding perspective, this is also a sort of interagency cooperation from the Norwegian side. And we're actually, the interviewing of these 3,000 people was, as I understand, funded primarily through the NORAD project, while from the Blue Justice side it was the development of the scientific work to develop the tools itself. So, and also thank you so much from the Research Institute in Indonesia and also from the Migrant Workers Foundation. You are doing a fantastic and very important work, and I wish you all the best and success in the future. Thank you very much. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much to the panel. You are now excused. You have given us our first deep dive into the human trafficking part, and it was very concrete. Thank you so much. It's as you've all pointed out, a very good example of what we can learn by doing such a vast survey. We're now going to go into our deep dive number 2, which we have called Blue Justice Nordic. And I'm going to invite everybody that will be speaking up on stage. And please find your seats. And then we will, as you do, I will explain that the North Atlantic Fisheries Intelligence Group, the NAFIG, is a multi-agency cooperation in the North Atlantic region. Its task is to work along the whole fisheries value chain to prevent and combat fisheries crime, and aligns with the purpose of Blue Justice. The project Blue Justice Nordic is established to strengthen the Nordic cooperation and is funded by the Nordic Council of Ministers through the project, which is also co-sponsoring this conference. And before I introduce you, Sylvia, just to quickly say who else is on stage. Barbara Busik is Senior Advisor at an analyst at the Norwegian National Authority for Investigation and Prosecution of Economic and Environmental Crime, Økokrim. Karianne Moen, she is Head of Section of Crime Prevention at the Directorate of Fisheries Norway, and Kenneth Rastad, he is Head of Trade Control Department at Norwegian Customs. And Sylvie, you are going to start it off. This is sort of your panel. You are Project Manager of Blue Justice Nordic. So please, Sylvie, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and dear friends, I'm very honored to be here and to speak to you about this very important work that is been done and is going on. I'm a secretariat for the North Atlantic Fishery Intelligence Group, and we work in the North Atlantic region, and it's different kind of agency together. And we have a look at the whole value chain for fisheries crime. And I'm also the project manager for the Blue Justice Nordic project, looking to strengthen the Nordic cooperation in this field. I come from the Norwegian Tax Authority, and it's very important to bring the tax authorities into this cooperation. I started out looking at this, and my colleague said, it's only fish. Why are you interested? But actually, it's not only fish. It's about money. And then the tax authorities need to be aware of that. We can have a look at who is behind and the bookkeeping and follow the money. And that is very important. Also to prevent and combat fisheries crime. When I started out, I needed to understand and to have knowledge about what was going on, who are the players, how can I follow the fish, as said here, from the hook to the plate. And it's important to know all about the different steps in the value chain and what kind of players are involved in the different steps. We have made this value chain and we use this as a tool, and we did that to somehow get a whole picture. You can divide it into separate steps of the value chain. And the first step is the preparation. You need to know who is funding this, who is behind, who are the beneficial owners. And then you can look into the sea. We have a lot of information coming from the sea. We have heard that earlier today as well. Very important information about tracking systems and what is going on at sea. And how can we look at that when it comes to the landing step, and also further on, processing, transporting, and then the fish cross borders and into the market. And you will hear more about the different steps from my colleagues here. We have tried to put them into this value chain, both the Coast Guard, the fishery authorities, the maritime authorities, tax authorities, customs, food safety authorities, also very important to bring aboard, and labor inspections, and of course the police. And I will give the floor to my dear colleague Barbara, who she comes from the police side. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. My name is Barbara Bušić, and I work in the intelligence division in Norwegian National Authority. Yes, the long way of saying Økokrim. Today, I will talk about indicators of organized crime in the fisheries sector and what we are currently seeing in our intelligence work for the last 4-5 months. We see that Norwegian seafood companies are being used to move money or to make money from the other activities look legal. This can be done to hide where the money comes from, pay less taxes and customs, or to get around international sanctions. These involves several Norwegian seafood companies, such as export companies, trading companies, and wholesalers. It also involves foreign companies in places like Dubai, Saudi Arabia, Cyprus, Hong Kong, Egypt, and Russia. Typical indicators include large international money transfers that are far higher than the value of the goods. Companies that don't seem to have a real role in the trade. Prices that are far from normal market levels. And companies with no employees or operations, but a lot of financial activity. We have seen examples where salmon is sold to tech companies in Hong Kong. We have seen Norwegian fish exported to a very small group of buyers in Dubai and Iran with round number payments. We have seen Norwegian seafood companies being bought by actors registered in secrecy jurisdictions, like Cyprus, followed by large, unexplained money transfers. This shows why banks, export companies, and other authorities need to work more closely together to detect unusual patterns, like the examples I just mentioned. We have seen several examples where the rules are bypassed when quota vessels are bought. Some banks, law firms, and shipping companies are suspected of helping arrange these purchases. That means that people who are not really involved in fishing gain control over both vessels and quotas. This is serious because the rules are meant to ensure that the fishing resources are managed by people who actually fish, not investors, not people outside the industry. We also see indications that some facilitators help people who are not real fishermen register as active fishers. That allows them to appear as professional fishermen, even if they are not. This gives them access to rights they should not have. We see that system is not only misused by individuals, but often together with professional facilitators, like banks, law firms, and shipping companies. We also see several types of fraud linked to the seafood sector, targeting both foreign and Norwegian companies. In several cases, criminal groups have copied Norwegian company profiles and websites and pretended to be Norwegian seafood expert companies. They contact buyers abroad and demand advanced payment for Norwegian fish, but the goods are never delivered. We have also seen the opposite, Norwegian export companies becoming the victims. Foreign organized networks have stolen entire truckloads of Norwegian fish during transport. In one case, a Norwegian company was contacted by what looked like a large Italian grocery chain. They ordered 19 tons of fresh salmon, but the shipment disappeared in France. The criminals had pretended to be employees of the chain and stole the goods along the way. Just 1 month ago, several Norwegian seafood export companies were targeted in an attempted fraud involving many tons of fish. The suspects are believed to be a part of an international network with knowledge in fisheries, logistics, and digital technology. These challenges cannot be solved by one agency alone. So now I will hand over to the Directorate of Fisheries and Karianne, who will talk about fisheries crime across the whole value chain, from catch and production to export and sales. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Barbara, and thank you for being here. As Barbara said, this is complex. And therefore, we have to try to prevent the crime. Crime is also expensive to investigate, and therefore, we want to reduce the possibility for committing crime. The main categories of fishing criminality affects first the environment. The sea can be empty of fish, you know that, but the fish stocks die out as numbers. Number 2, we have the importance of crime for the society, where we first of all need food, then those who are in the fishery industry need equal condition of competition and frameworks. And as Barbara said, not all have that now. And finally, we have the people who are exposed and used in the fishing industry. As Barbara so well explained, there are major vulnerabilities where we see crime being committed in the fishery industry. In Norway, the enforcement authorities are working more and more together and are developing new cooperation methods. First, we share information and knowledge. When you have different professional perspectives on the same information, the opportunities to see vulnerabilities is greater. This means that we can develop measures together and, as I said earlier, reduce the possibilities for committing crime. We want to prevent crime from being committed. In any case, we think that we should make it more difficult. The Directorate of Fisheries work in 3 different levels. I'm sorry that the text below is in Norwegian, but there's only different measures specific to Norway and not so important. As a strategic level, we are working to change regulations, and the authorities work together on this. We also work together with the fishing industry. This year, we are looking at the opportunities for better safeguard crews on boats, as well as we work together to achieve stricter control with camera on who the fish are received on land. At the operational level, as the term says, we have more operational we work more operational to create methods for how to measures should be implemented. At the tactical level, we carry out the measures and have very good experience of cooperations. The goals we want for the authorities is to work more coordinated with the regulations they enforce in order to reduce the possibility for committing crime. In the future, we must make priorities based on such knowledge presented by Barbara. We must dare to take measures against the same vulnerability over time. If we do that, it will be very difficult to commit crime in that priority arena. Thank you. And now I give the word to Kenneth.
Your Excellencies, Ministers, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kenneth Rasta. I am head of Trade Control Department in the Norwegian Customs. Let me start off by thanking my Norwegian colleagues, the police, the Norwegian Tax Administration, the Directorate of Fisheries. As you've heard them talk about, we are pleased to state that the Norwegian authorities collaborate in a very good manner. I would now like to change focus and state some points on the work across country borders. If I may ask you all to look at the model Mrs. Albrechtsen showed you in her introduction to our speech, you will see that the model shows that most of the work stops at the Norwegian border. This is of course not always the case, but in fairness, this is the area we need to increase our focus. Traditionally, the Norwegian customs concentrated only on imports, and focus was primarily on revenue and combating drugs and imports of heavily taxed goods. During the past years, we have started to focus more on exports and also focus on social benefits and preventing other criminal activity. Controlling the fishing industry has become one of the areas of priority for the Norwegian customs. Norway is the world's second largest exporter of fish and seafood. Only China exports more. Last year, in 2024, Norway exported fish worth a staggering $11 billion. With these amounts of money being transferred, it is no wonder that criminals seek to take part in the industry. Before moving on, let me emphasize that most of the fishing industry is a very responsible and law-abiding industry. We are here in the beautiful city of Copenhagen. In 2018, as you all know, the Copenhagen Resolution stated that we recognize that this transnational activity includes crimes committed through the whole fisheries supply and value chain, which includes illegal fishing, corruption, tax and customs fraud, money laundering, embezzlement, document fraud, and human trafficking. Today, 7 years later, we are on a good path towards a broader understanding that crimes in the fishing industry must be handled by more cooperation across borders. Still, in the years to come, we need to work even harder to make transnational cooperation possible. If I may draw to your attention to the map on the wall, the countries colored in are countries that the unit I lead has successfully cooperated with during 2025. The cooperation has been joint control activities or sharing information in ongoing investigations. There are several other countries we would have wanted to cooperate with in our ongoing investigations, but unfortunately, the lack of bilateral agreements stand in our way. I therefore urge you to keep focusing on these agreements. I would like to finish up by going into some more details. Not only do we need to sign agreements to cooperate, we also need to agree on which documents are needed to export the fish. This is a work in progress, and I am aware that, for example, the European Union is in the process of new legislation on this important topic. If any one of you have more detailed questions, I've been more than happy to answer your questions. Please don't hesitate to take contact. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you to all of my colleagues. Hopefully this was useful. We would like to show you how we work together and how we bring different perspectives into this work. We have also funding of this project called Blue Justice Nordic. And it is set up to increase the Nordic interagency cooperation to prevent and combat fisheries crime. And I'm happy to say that also Klaus Wille from the fishery authorities in Denmark is present at this conference. And we also had two colleagues from Iceland, but I'm sorry to say they weren't able to get here today. We would like to contribute to the Blue Justice Initiative also by being here and talk to you about how we work. And we also need to follow up findings and recommendations from previous projects. And the previous projects has also pointed out things we have been talking about today and that needs to be followed up. And we also look at Nordic capacity building and cooperation with other regions. We also make reports and are present at conferences. We also do our communication and cooperate in Blue Justice community, and it is very useful. One example is that if Kenneth would like to know what kind of documents that is following the fish to the market, he could ask you, who are in the markets, ask you about documentation, how the fishery industry works in your country and what is going on. Because you can have information about Norwegian players or players connected to the Norwegian industry that we need to be aware of. And we also plan to set up a tabletop exercise next year. And this is for the Nordic countries, but we try to see it as part of both the North Atlantic Fishery Intelligence Group family, if I could call it that, and also part of this very important work done by the Blue Justice Initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Sylvie and her panel. And we have one last deep dive. We're going to Space for Ocean dialogue. That will follow after the break. And then we are headed for landing of this conference. We are, as I said, about to embark on the deep dive number 3. You've heard about the space being the last frontier. Space is also the last frontier of this conference. And space and ocean is the last segment on our agenda today. I will be joined with by two people on stage. I'm going to ask them to come up now and just find their seats here. And before I welcome you up to speak, and we have here with me Christian Hauglie Hansen. He's Director General of the Norwegian Space Agency. And we have Madine Mohamed Maseh, who is President of Maldives Space Research Organization. And the way we are going to conduct this is that Christian will first give a presentation to focus on what Space for Ocean Alliance is, and Madine will join for a discussion on how this alliance could help Blue Justice countries, and then I will facilitate a discussion amongst us. Does that sound good? Please, Christian, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. What a day. A lot of information. And what we're going to talk about, Madine, my good friend from a couple of years now, the Space for Ocean Alliance. But I think it would be worthwhile to just start to step back a little bit and reflect a little bit on some of the things that have been mentioned earlier today, because some of these things are very central to how to make space and satellite services work. And I just want to start on a reflection, and I have a few points, and it was actually the State Secretary that mentioned that the principle of the connection between satellite data and the user communities. It's very, very central. And you all have also talked about the essence of value chains and how the whole value chain needs to be operational for this to be of real use. And I think that's a principle it's easy to say, but it may be very difficult to execute on. The other element is that for this to work, you need to have access to relevant data, and you have to have enough data in order for it to be relevant for what you're trying to achieve. And in particular for elements tied to monitoring of the oceans, but in particular issues such as illegal fishery, the near real-time element becomes also very, very important, because we talked about policing and tax enforcement and all those things. And the more satellites you have, the more often you can monitor a particular area. And Gunnar, he talked about the 5 Norwegian satellites that are now a component in the Blue Justice Ocean surveillance. And this is where I'll start, because these provide services that are of relevance of what we're trying to achieve, but we are also looking at how can this be expanded into becoming more efficient, more relevant for the end user, and then we also need more data. In order to achieve this, you need to have a model that is demonstrating something that is useful. We talked about the digital vessel tracking tool and the tracking center in Vardø. So we're trying to establish this as a service which is transferable. And in order to transfer a model, you need to have a system that has been demonstrated, that is robust, and you also need to package it into something that gives a meaning into the other party, which is at the receiving end. And I've been following this from the side, of course, and the presentation from Jamaica in the Jamaica hub is exactly that you transfer a model and then you share knowledge in terms of making this useful. And this was mentioned in terms of the Caribbean Regional Fisheries Mechanism. And the element of best practice, it really requires a close end-user orientation. And what was mentioned in that presentation was the fact that we're trying to look at this model, the hub of Jamaica, which is mirroring what we're doing in Vardø, and then that can be expanded also to other countries. So this sequence in demonstrating the usefulness with the focus of the end user, and then you can sort of duplicate this into something that expands into a fuller system. So when we look at the example that was on the screen earlier this afternoon, the Maritime Domain Awareness Program, it really emphasizes the importance of this total value chain, because you have several different types of data, and then you start approaching what we're looking at for Space for Ocean, because currently we're looking at AIS data, which is what we use in the National Coastal Authority. We're using that to monitor legal traffic, but you also have dark vessels. So these satellites can be made more complex. They can have optical sensors, they can have hyperspectral sensors, they also can have radars, synthetic aperture radars, different radars that can look different types of, and detect different types of vessels that do not want to be detected, that turn off their AIS and so forth. So then you have the actual satellite technology that we can take care of. Then we have the importance of the infrastructure that I mentioned, that you really, if you have enough satellites, you need an efficient infrastructure in order to make this efficient in real time. And then you need the services and the data analytics in order to really reach the end user. So this whole element of tech transfer is also central to making a system like the Space for Ocean Alliance work. This requires an understanding of the end user. In terms of regulation, which has been mentioned earlier today, you need to create local jobs and innovation and businesses in order for this to be interesting and relevant for the end user community. Local governance, you need proper data policy and local execution also in order to be able to, for the local police to get into action when it is required in order for them to execute this in real time. The last thing I think I would mention is that when you're looking at this map, the Maritime Domain Awareness Program, you see there so much information really covering the whole globe. And from the space agency side, it's promising to see that, for instance, you have now the African Space Agency, which is now organizing with 55 different members, of course, a lot of coastal states, mirroring some of the model that we are using for the European Space Agency in terms of joint programs and so forth. So we really think that that is encouraging. Also, the ALCE, the Latin American Caribbean Space Agency, is also trying to, or is in the process of self-organizing. And I think that in all of that is the element of transfer of knowledge, which eventually will make these systems work. Now, going into the Space for Ocean Alliance, this is a voluntary international coalition of space and marine actors willing to better coordinate their action for ocean preservation. It's not only about illegal fishery, it's about plastic, it's about pollution, it's about algae bloom, it's about temperature, it's about anything, any element that is relevant for how to understand and how to preserve and how to operate on the seas. So this came about after having discussions over time with the Maldives, the Norwegian Space Agency. We work closely with also the French Space Agency, CNES, on preparing satellites, on vessel detection and so forth. So after a while, we found this constellation of willing partners that eventually established this as founding members and initiators. Norwegian Space Agency, the European Space Agency, Mercator, the government of Monaco, CNES, the Maldives, and the United Nations Office of Outer Space Affairs. This last element is very, very important. We have, over many years, worked with United Nations, the UNDP, the UNEP, but also United Nations Office of Outer Space Affairs, because in that we can coordinate this under the UN umbrella in terms of the access to large volumes of data. Commercial space data is expensive, and by doing it this way, we can organize such that it comes to the benefit of the end users, that can actually have lower prices of these data, which can be quite costly. So when we did the signing, we see that this has some attraction. So these are the members that are now signed onto it. I think there's 30-some, and there's still coming new partners on. And it's not only space agencies, but it's all different kinds of research space agencies. They're interest parties and institutes that are relevant for doing this joint work. Again, the ambition is to collect different types of ocean data that are relevant for protecting the seas. And we also have observing members, Australian Space Agency, and the last one, which I cannot see because I don't have my glasses. So, the 3 reasons to create the Space for Ocean Alliance. I mentioned a little bit about that. Monitoring the ocean is critical. You need data. You need long data series in order to do proper oceanography and Earth observation from space. So that is what characterizes. We already have data going back to the 70s, but we still need to archive this, and so we have the long time series. But there is, and this has been addressed, we had the conference, the Space for Climate conference in Oslo 2 years ago, and there we discussed this. The lack of coordination, there's a lot of data. There's a lot of data also for the Maldives, but it may not be the right type of data, and it may not be coordinated. So this communication between the space sector, marine and maritime stakeholders, and all other stakeholders, we can use this data. That is the way to make efficient use of this and get the cost down. And then you have the traditional gap. You can have all the services you want, but if you don't reach the end user again, it doesn't really help. So data users, application to meet user needs, assessment indicators. This is probably the most difficult part of this, because the technology we can always solve, but actually get it to the end user. The guy with his fishing net rowing out on the reef or whatever, that is where you really need to put your effort. This was formally established during the UN Space Conference in June in Nice. Which was a very, very good framework. And here you can see Arti Holamaini, the director for the UNOSA entity, François Jacques, the director of the CNES, the French Space Agency. And so this was and we also had our Ministry of Fishery also signing on to this. So I think this was a very, very nice framework on how to move forward with this. The 6 objectives that we are addressing: strengthen collaboration between space sector, maritime stakeholders, as we mentioned in the previous view graph, develop capacity building to empower the frontline countries. So this is not building new satellites. It may be that as well, but we need to really build the total capacity in the value chain so it gives meaning. Share good practices, as I mentioned, that we are doing already in the Blue Justice, and we will try to do this applicable also for the Space for Ocean and share with all the other people in that program. Support the development of advanced ocean indicators, a more scientific approach. What kind of metrics and parameters are you actually looking for? And again, looking at time series for monitoring the oceans. Support the development of innovative space missions. Now, you don't have to own a satellite in order to make use of the satellite data, but you need to be in the end of the value chain. But there are great aspirations in the African countries, in South America, in order to build their own space assets as well. NOSA, the Norwegian Space Agency, we are currently collaborating with the Colombian Space Agency. We've signed an MOU, and the United Arab Emirates has also signed an MOU. And we're doing this in parallel, and actually in an hour I will go in a video conference with them to discuss how are we going to do this in order to do the maximum amount of transfer in order to build a satellite, but also in order to exploit the data and doing the proper data analytics. So we're working hard on this. And then finally, to promote the delivery of operational services. So we'll discuss this a little bit, but from reliable data to services, that is what this is really all about, and using satellites for doing this global monitoring that is so great with using the satellites. In terms of the governance, and Madine will talk more about that, but we have established working groups in terms of the government's communication, measurement gaps, services, and this will be proposed by the Italian Space Agency, which is also part of this. So this is just a snapshot of how we are organizing. And here we have our vice chair. We have Arti Holamaini, who's the chair of this organization or this initiative, and Madine. And by that, I will leave the word to you.
Thank you, Christian. So I think I am expected as the last speaker to probably keep it as short as possible. So I'll try my best to not be blamed for any delays in the session. Now, my speech and presentation here today is from 3 perspectives. One, I'm the vice chair of the Space for Ocean Alliance, which has a lot of responsibility in terms of trying to shape it into an alliance that is pragmatic, action-driven, that actually benefits small island developing states, such as the country that I represent in my other hat, which is as the president of the Maldives Space Research Organization. But I also bear the responsibility of leading a space agency or the space entity of SIDS across the world, not just the Maldives. As a voice of one of the SIDS, we share the voice of everyone. We share similar challenges. And so everything I'm about to say would be from that perspective. And I will try to build upon what Christian said in terms of really understanding what does it mean for this alliance to be pragmatic, action-driven, and what does it mean for space to actually contribute. So the first thing I would like to emphasize is, as the ocean changes, we must understand that the behavior of those who operate on it is also changing. From legal fleets to transnational criminal networks, climate shocks to shifting fish stocks, even in the Maldives as we've seen, and extreme weather, as mentioned by the minister from Jamaica, are reshaping maritime activity in ways that outpace traditional governance and technology. And ocean nations, small island open states, we feel these pressures first and most intensely. And so the Space for Ocean Alliance exists to make sure we respond not reactively, but with coordinated space-enabled maritime intelligence, as Christian mentioned. And across small island open states, these pressures highlight a simple truth. The surveillance systems built for the past are not suited to the ocean we navigate today. Many satellite-based vessel tracking solutions were designed not with our realities in mind. They were built for large navies and well-resourced intelligence units. And too often they deliver detections instead of outcomes, imagery instead of evidence, and dashboards instead of justice, and at price points far beyond the reach of frontline nations like ours. When security becomes unaffordable, justice becomes optional, and the alliance has a responsibility, at least from my opinion, to address that imbalance. So how do we do that? To do so, we must confront the structural weaknesses in the global surveillance system, specifically in space technologies. Today, multi-sensor data such as AIS, synthetic aperture radar, optical, radio frequency, coastal radar, they don't speak a common technical language. A vessel detection means something different depending on the provider. And the core mechanism that enables illegal fishing and maritime crime, which is transshipment, still has no global operational definition, no shared data schema, and no consistent global confidence model. Intelligence without interoperability is not intelligence, it's noise. And noise is expensive, especially for a small island open states with limited resource to begin with. As Christian said, there's a lot of data, even over the Maldives, but when you have too much data, it becomes a burden because you don't know which ones to prioritize and use. As we address these issues, we must also recognize that space-based detection is only part of a broader intelligence ecosystem. Maritime security depends on the insights held by fisheries authorities, coast guards, customs, navies, port inspectors, and so on. Each hold a different piece of the picture. Space-enabled detections must connect with these national and regional intelligence holders, and the alliance must therefore help us move from isolated data streams to an integrated intelligence system where every actor contributes to a coherent operational picture. One of the most impactful contributions I believe that the Space for Ocean Alliance can make is to support the development of the first transshipment event detection standard. As Christian mentioned, one of the goals of the Alliance is to create these standards, defining what constitutes a transshipment interaction, what data must be captured, how sensors contribute to confidence, and how events must be documented for operational and legal use. Moving from inconsistent dots on a map to transparent, structured, court-ready intelligence would fundamentally strengthen the ability of small island open states and other ocean nations to act. And we'll be working closely with Blue Justice towards making that possible. But standards alone are not enough. They must be tested through real operations. And to lead by example, as you can see in the slide behind me, I'm pleased to share that there will be a joint pilot between Norway and Maldives to trial a navigational radar detection satellite system as a practical, low-cost, non-cooperative surveillance layer in collaboration with our Ministry of Fisheries, our Coast Guard, Customs, and the Ministry of Transportation. And this is not about a single country. This is a proof of concept for the Alliance, a way to close coastal blind zones, complement SAR and RF, and test how new detection methods feed into unified vessel standards. If successful, it becomes a building block the Alliance can scale to any nation. And from my opinion, this is the pathway forward. Shared standards, shared pilots, shared lessons, and shared capability. The strength of this alliance will be measured by operational coherence, by how effectively do we translate detections into actions and actions into justice. With that in mind, I extend an open invitation to all of you here to express your interest in joining the alliance. Your perspectives and capabilities are essential as we build a system that serves all ocean nations fairly. The next steering committee meeting will be held in late April next year in the Maldives, and we welcome engagement from all of you ahead of that. And if Gunnar is open, we could maybe even have a Blue Justice focused side event in the Maldives so that we can bring all of your perspectives into the Alliance's work program. In closing, and hopefully I'm keeping time, our nations, we don't ask for special treatment. And I know I speak on behalf of all other SIDS here as well. What we ask for is fairness, visibility, and the ability to enforce our own laws in our own waters. If we commit to these standards collectively and validate them through practical pilots, we can build an ocean governance system worthy of trust, which is the most important thing, and hopefully capable of meeting the challenges before us. So thank you.
Thank you to both of you. I know that Madin, you have a plane to catch. Christian has a meeting to catch. Gunnar, I'm going to invite you up to give a short reflection before we close this session. That's very optimistic, giving them microphones, Stian, but if time, yes.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to say that to bind this even more into Blue Justice, Blue Justice became a member of this alliance approximately a month ago. So we are part of Working Group 3, which is on services. And one of the issues that's being done is a mapping of different open source data that could be interesting for us in this room to have access to. I also want to mention that also among the countries that are a part of Blue Justice, some of you also have your own space programs, space research organizations. You maybe have a space policy, strategy, all of these issues, and I will actually encourage you to reach out to this environment, and maybe also the Space for Ocean Alliance could be relevant for those organizations to get involved, and even have data that could be shared in a wider community. So thank you very much. A very interesting presentation, and thank you.
Christian, quick comment before you have to run.
My meeting has been delayed, so I'm good.
Okay. Then we can go on forever. You still have a plane to catch. Obviously, Gunnar made a good point here that we need to coordinate amongst the other countries that have similar types of strategies. What is the feasibility of that?
I think it's important for any country that wants to have access to these data. First of all, as was mentioned, is that it can become quite costly. So joining forces is a good thing. The other thing is that there are also publicly available data from institutional missions like the European Copernicus program. This is the Copernicus core services. Norway, as a member of the Copernicus programs, we have free access to those services. But you can also, and that is also, you can make special bilateral agreements. The other thing is that you can also get data from these institutional satellites. Norway does that extensively. So we have national funding that is provided in order for national institutes to take those services, take the data and provide national services for our specific needs. So that's a very powerful model, and I would encourage all the countries that are considering this to see what are, and we can assist this also through the Space for Ocean, what kind of data sources are available and what would be the proper approach.
If you look upon the experiences that the Maldives have done, what would your suggestion be to other countries?
Yeah, I think a very important point that usually gets overlooked, especially coming from a country like ours, we may not have the best space data or any at all, but we do have a lot of institute data. And for space to work for the oceans need to also contribute to space. And one of the core goals of the Alliance is actually to also collect in situ data. And I think pretty much all the countries here, they have a lot of oceanographic data that is being collected, maritime data, but also lived experience that can help inform a lot of these solutions that are being discussed in these working groups.
Yes, and to follow up on that, that's why I mentioned, and it was very important for us in the Space for Ocean to get the UNOSA involved and also UNDP, in order because one country we cannot cover everything, and that's why we're involved through the United Nations, right? So I think to understand really the end user and the basic needs in that is really the challenge that I tried to highlight in my presentation, to bridge that gap in order to have the local knowledge, the local competence, and also creating jobs that are relevant for actually putting this into action. That is the challenge, but this we will have to work with over time.
Could I also ask, as somebody that follows American politics a bit too closely, I'm afraid these days, but the private and public sector divide within space, how does that look internationally these days?
Well, we have regular meetings with NASA, with NOAA. NOAA is the facilitator of Earth observation, climate data. They've been under a lot of pressure, and they're pretty open about that. At the same time, we're seeing a consolidation that they will continue with developing the programs that have been planned, and this is for all types of different Earth science and Earth observation. So I think that the administration is actually realizing in the US that they really have to continue this one way or the other. There is restructuring going on. They need to cut overhead and everything. Maybe some of that is justifiable, but we think that even though the science part is under pressure, it will continue. So that is one part. The other thing is when you're looking at the availability of commercial Earth observation data, it is a driver that it is also applicable for civil military use. So I think the upside of that is that you can actually get the price of data down because it becomes more abundant and it becomes more available, both in terms of SAR data, radar, optical, and other types of RF sources in order to be able to track fishing vessel, but also other activities tied to fishery.
Yeah, and if I can add to that, I think there's a recognition that industry has a really important role to play in the alliance, and we had the industry day in Oslo during our first steering committee meeting. And because industry holds so much data, but may not necessarily be tailored for the needs of what the alliance is addressing, we are exploring a form of an accreditation process where we'll have a label that essentially indicates to end users whether this specific service or provider has been vetted through the alliance on its ability to deliver the operational kind of services you need. So that is one concrete step the alliance is taking. So we will be working towards that end in the coming months.
That was the time we had. Thank you so much to the both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so before we wrap up, we will, what is left of today is that we will soon see here the Blue Justice film. That lasts for approximately half an hour. Then we will go up to our lounge, our favorite lounge, where we will have some pre-drinks, and then we will have dinner in the same lounge. So I was been asked to sum up the conference. This is my brain map throughout the day. These are keywords. You can come and take a picture of it afterwards if you want. I've structured it like this. Okay, so who are we? Who's been here throughout the day? Well, many are small land-scale countries, but large ocean countries. Everybody is bringing local knowledge to a global arena. We have identified a national interest in global cooperation. We have stated that no one patrols seas alone, that developed countries have to work with developing countries. The motivation. We have heard that we need to level up. Need for speed. enough is enough. We have to take bold steps forward. We have a shared commitment. We have a strong will. Transparency needs trust. Trust is essential. We need the energy from political leaders, from ministers. We have talked about results. Mid-Atlantic Hub in Cabo Verde. Applause. That's one big, very concrete step, and I know a lot of you have referred to other results of your work. The nature of crime. Crime is hard to prevent, therefore we have to reduce the opportunity. Crime disrupts human development. Crime does not respect borders. Oceans connect us, but criminals and their networks also connect us. Organized crime is well organized. We need to follow the fish, follow the money. Climate, we've seen a lot of ocean countries have seen huge catastrophic consequences of climate. We talked with our Jamaican friends. I know others have experienced similar effects. And we've seen how criminals exploit these gaps that are created by climate. We've talked about data. We can only manage what we can measure. There is a lot of data, but it's not always right. It's not always well connected, and it needs to get to the end user, we just heard. And we need more equipment, and we need more eyes. And last but not least, I have one sentence here. It all needs to make sense. And does that sound more or less correct? I'm sure you have a lot to add to this, and that's why we were having a dinner later to discuss forward. But as a non-member of this alliance as of yet, these are my personal analysis, and I must also say, from a journalistic perspective and former diplomatic, it's very encouraging to see so many of you and being that have come here, that being so enthusiastic and so engaged. It's very, very promising. So I'm very, very impressed. Okay, then we will see a film. The film is titled Taking Back Our Oceans. It hopefully will further inspiring you to deepen your cooperation. It shows a little bit more about what happens in the field. Some of the actors that have been here today, in fact, and others. Typically the end user. How is all this work put into use? So if the film is ready, thumbs up, lean back, half an hour, and then I will give a short reminder for the rest of the program, the drinks and the dinner. Roll film.
When I get up in the morning, I have to have some tea in the morning, you know, bust the gas. Get all my fishing stuff together and go by the seaside. Jump in my boat now and then go. Shrimp from a guy, you know. And they use the shrimp, you know, it's a faster bait to catch fish, you know. So they use that and catch a lot of jack and whitening, you know. Come back and sell it to the vendor. That's my thing, you know, just fishing. I just love to fish, you know, to tell the truth. Being in Port Royal, if you can't swim, and you can't fish in, you're really not from Port Royal. You understand? It's in with blood. A lot of people who's them loved one out by the sea and things like that still, you know. You know, because you have all kind of things take place out there, you understand? You have some man like you, some pirate kind of man out there. We just take people boat and engine and go to the wrong. Even forgot to eat it and bring back gun and all them things, you understand? And nobody can come to me with that, but go for gun, for bring back a Jamaica. I don't play the part. Not me, sir. It's pirate, they call them, man, you know? I mean, different kind of man on the sea. Yeah, man, we's hardcore fisherman. We're born on the sea, as you say. We just love it. It's in my blood, yeah, man.
Across the Caribbean every day, thousands of local fishermen head out to sea in small boats, a lifeline for millions. For centuries, its waters have sustained island nations, feeding families, fueling economies, and shaping cultures.
You know, where I'm from in Southwest St. Elizabeth, at least 4 or 5 communities, all they do is fishing.
This is the predominant type of fishing. You have more artisanal fishers than industrial fishers. It's dangerous, it's hard, but they're dedicated. They provide us with the delicious fish that we need. You have to respect them.
But today, these rich fishing grounds stand at a crossroads. Fisheries are under threat, and so too are the coastal communities who depend on them.
Well, you can talk to coastal communities across the world, and they pretty much tell you the same story. They're telling you that resources are disappearing from their local waters. They're saying that it's more and more difficult to carve out a living.
I can tell you that fishing has a lot of challenges now. That's yellowtail snapper. First time you could predict and know what a good fishing day is gonna be like. Now you cannot. And so you have less fish, and some of the illegal fishing practices that persons are employing. It's so hard because when you see even the trawler, when you see how it draws on the sea bottom and everything in its part, you know, and then when those little baby fish come on the shore, they have no good, they cannot be eaten. And so I think government need more teeth and pay more attention to the industry, because we are small in scale, but we are big in value. We feed a lot of people. A lot of persons' life depends, their livelihood depends on what we do as small-scale fishers.
And this is not just about small-scale fishers. It impacts the very survival of the countries themselves.
It is the policy of the government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines that food must always be available, affordable, and accessible.
If we don't protect our fisheries, then we'll start having issues concerning food security, and then it becomes our job security. Then it rolls into the attendant social and economic issues.
This blue economy is crucial for Caribbean countries, with fisheries generating up to 20% of GDP, employing hundreds of thousands of people and creating billions of dollars of income. And now these valuable assets have become a target.
The big problem for us is really the foreign illegal incursions in our waters. They violate our territorial integrity, our sovereignty, etc. And they do great harm to our marine living resources.
A poaching fishing vessel and fish is in excess of $100,000 worth of fisheries product in 1 to 2 days. So they really put a serious dent on the economy.
The Caribbean islands are what is known as large ocean nations, countries with vast maritime economic zones relative to their land area. These provide major economic opportunities, but also huge challenges for countries with limited ability to protect these resources.
So Jamaica is about 10,000 square miles. The EEZ itself is just about 26.5 times the land mass itself. And then just to the south of that is the most bountiful fishing bank in the Caribbean. So it's not unknown for fishermen from Central America to come across to the pleasure bank to fish.
For example, illegal fishing forced closure of Jamaica's lucrative conch industry in 2019.
Because of the effects of the poachers, our conch fishery had to be closed for 2 years. The minimum loss per annum was $6 million in direct earnings, and over 5,500 persons were unemployed for 2 years. So it really affects us. And there are some countries nearby that have a booming export of conch, but they have no conch in their waters. So you can work it out.
Illegal fishing has long been a problem for the Caribbean, but recently a new phenomenon has emerged, which is challenging assumptions of both the nature of the problem and how to deal with it.
Last year, our Coast Guard intercepted a foreign fishing vessel in Jamaican waters. There were like 10 children on board, forced to be there working as fishermen. This is trafficking in humans. They had no documentation with them. Their documentation was with the persons who owned the vessel.
Very often you're not only dealing with violation of the fisheries regulations, you're dealing with violations of customs law, of laws against narcotics, small arms, labor laws, and so on.
And so a new term emerged to describe the much broader criminal problems the countries are facing: fisheries crime.
What we quickly saw when we started working on these issues is that there is a whole chain of event going on, and there is potential for criminal activities at each step through the value chain, as it were. And so fisheries crime is more of an umbrella concept.
There are a lot of things that we know have been occurring, but no one has ever lumped it together as a group to identify it as fisheries crime. I wouldn't say it's a new problem. It's a problem that has been identified, named, and is being concentrated on now.
Fisheries crime includes crimes committed throughout the supply and value chain, from illegal fishing to corruption, tax and customs fraud, money laundering, embezzlement, document fraud, and human trafficking. And this makes life increasingly difficult for local fishers all over the world.
Historically, Jamaica has been known to be a transshipment point for narcotics coming from South Central America. Where fishers are involved, this is the mode of transport. So you'll have these smaller vessels coming onto the fishing banks, delivering the contraband to the larger vessels, and at some point hence then another vessel comes from mainland Jamaica, removes the contraband, and then takes it back to mainland Jamaica. And if you recall, there are about 9,000 plus of these vessels around the island. So that is just a socio-economic thing, and we try to educate our fishermen to keep them on the honest side.
Criminality at sea is a big part of it. As the pressure and the economic margins decline, the temptation for theft increases.
The transnational nature of these criminal activities make them even more difficult to deal with, and their impact is hurting vulnerable coastal communities and weakening states.
Typically, those that are really difficult to uncover are those crimes that we call organized crime, being ordinary criminal offenses, but they are conducted in an organized fashion. A typical example being that trade in illegally caught fish, you would need to not only be able to land it and have it misdeclared, but someone would also need to then facilitate the trade in that fish. And so you would then often have several people being involved in an organized fashion to then launder that illegally caught fish onto the market.
Illegal fishing happens in your jurisdiction. The organized crime is something that goes across jurisdictions, different countries. The persons who are coming from other countries to fish in our waters, poach in our waters, where they're bringing guns and drugs with them. As they say, fisheries crime is a gateway to major crime, so the organized crimes.
Like coastal nations around the world, the countries of the Caribbean are at the sharp end of this conflict.
I believe that as small island developing states, and given our vulnerabilities, given our large marine space, our limited capacity, we tend to bear the brunt of the illegal fishing operations. And this is something that I think the world needs to recognize.
Far, far away from the sunny shores of the Caribbean, local fishers from another large ocean nation face some of their own challenges. In the northern Norwegian town of Vardø, on the edge of the Arctic Circle, fishing is a critical economic and cultural activity that sustains livelihoods here too.
Yeah, I don't think you will get it much more sustainable than here in Vardø. You probably just see the boats straight out of the island, fishing close 10, 15, 20 minutes, and then they're back again. So more sustainable than this, I don't think you can find it.
Ano yung lumata da? Ha? Tidak. Sekali ada lupa. Lupa. Ha?
Well, okay.
So that's basically what you're doing here. We just buy a round fish, we gut it and we pack it and send it out. Normally we send it for the fresh fish market in Europe. So that's our business model, is to handle small vessels in a good way. Which is interesting with this place, it's all these small boats and it's just this part of Norway where you can do it because you have the quota for king crab as well, which has a lot of value. So here it is possible to have a decent income just by fishing with these small vessels.
Fisheries crime also presents risks for northern nations, and Norway has committed significant resources and focus to protect the local industry from these challenges. With awareness growing internationally of these issues, Nordic countries took the lead in recognizing this problem, taking the first step to dealing with it. A groundbreaking declaration on transnational organised crime in the global fishing industry was signed by 9 ministers in Copenhagen in 2018 to unite the world in addressing the problem.
Well, the Copenhagen Declaration is a description of a problem. And the purpose of the declaration was to have a clear understanding what the underlying problem is, and that is transnational organised crime in the global fishing industry. It's not packaged in into a lot of fancy words. It's very clear. And today we have 60 countries supporting the declaration. The fact that we have fisheries crime and so many countries, particularly in the global south, is affected by it is basically very unfair. And that is what the declaration is addressing in a very clear way. And I think that is the reason why it has gained so much support.
In 2019, Norway then launched the Blue Justice Initiative to support the implementation of the declaration.
You know, if you have a political declaration, you need to have some sort of support to implement it and to follow it up. So the whole idea of the Blue Justice Initiative is to do that, to help countries to find solutions on how to address this problem as effectively as possible.
I think it is taking an all-of-world approach, led by a very solid partner who has a very good track record. What we like is that they have spent a lot of time focusing on institutional strengthening and building the local capacity to treat with these issues, and that Jamaica not only aligns with, but is an active participant supporter and expects to lead the charge around the region for Blue Justice.
The Blue Justice Initiative is focused on local and regional empowerment, and one of the highlights to date has been the emergence of regional initiatives to address fisheries crime.
So back in 2021, 12 Caribbean countries at the same time joined the Copenhagen Declaration. And they were very clear about what they wanted to get out of this, and have used that to create a regional Blue Justice Caribbean hub, which is hosted by Jamaica, but is supported by all of these 12 countries. And I believe now it's 14 countries actually. And that is very important. Because if you're going to deal with this problem, you have to think regionally and of course also nationally.
For a phenomenon such as fisheries crime is not something that an individual country can or should be tackling alone. It is something that we have to be unified as a collective, and it's something that we must take head on as a group.
We are a small island developing state, so we don't have the resources that the larger first world countries have. So working together as a united force, we'll be able to make a larger change instead of just Jamaica or Barbados or Trinidad doing it. Now that, I think, will be a game changer for the region.
A key support system for these regional initiatives has been the introduction of a secure digital platform to enable training, information sharing and joint problem solving.
We have a digital platform called the Blue Justice Community, which are being used for communication between colleagues internally in countries and also across the borders, and also in the Blue Justice International Tracking Center.
Back in the Arctic town of Vardo, the Blue Justice International Tracking Center provides technical and logistical support to the Blue Justice community to assist countries battling fisheries crime.
So the purpose of the center is to facilitate cooperation on analysis of vessel movements, and in particular analysis of satellite-based information. And this is a very important and powerful tool that can have a lot of different applications, from catching an illegal fishing vessel, but also as the basis for important policy decisions. But the most important thing is the people. When the magic happens is when you have dedicated and innovative analysts in different countries that are using the data in new and exciting ways.
And sometimes we have also questions for
about a case or a vessel, and then we try to look into it to see if we can find more explanation what's happening here.
For us, the community is a way for us to assist developing countries. If they find something they suspect are illegal, they have a possibility to ask us to assist them in investigation in that case.
Most of the poaching vessels are coming to the Jamaican waters. They are not flying a flag. The majority of them paint out their names and their country of origin. And this is where the document fraud comes in. The Vado Tracking Center, not only do they give us information, they give us the analysis of the data, which allows us to make more informed law enforcement decisions.
This is, as I said, more than a job for me. This is part of protecting the environment, of course, the fish and the ecosystem, and mostly the societies.
As understanding has grown of the nature of organised crime in fisheries, so too has a recognition of the limitations of individual agencies working alone to combat it.
And we often see that whereas the police then of course have that overarching responsibility for any criminal activity happening throughout the value chain, they are not experts on the trade in fish. They don't know exactly how the customs procedure is managed or how health and safety issue their certificates or how the fisheries agency go about regulating the fisheries sector. It's only when all of these agencies come together as a whole and understand the crime picture that you start to be able to really identify. Typically, the most important thing is what are the most serious cases we have.
And so emerged an innovation in addressing fisheries crime, multi-agency mechanisms that unite actors around a common problem.
Well, in Jamaica, the multi-agency mechanism is made up of 13 ministries, departments, and agencies. So all of us work together. The 5 fingers makes a fist. From my experience, the first thing you need to develop is trust. When you explain the role or when you meet with them and discuss your issues and they realize, oh, that's a similar issue that I'm having. I should be involved in the game.
It was very good for us to be here so that we could have this very frank face-to-face discussion.
Partnership is very important, and coming here today, that basically solidifies that point.
What I found useful from this workshop, it gave us an opportunity to come together and identify common challenges that we all face. And it also gave us an opportunity to network.
Working together, I think, is a lot more powerful in terms of getting real kind of information to fight fisheries crime in the sector.
And it is really all agencies working together to ensure that we have protected borders and that we have a stronger resilience.
So we're currently located in Port Royal. This is where a lot of pirates used to be back in a very long time before I was even born. We are the first and foremost enforcers of the Fisheries Act. So what we'll do normally when we go out on our patrols, we will stop a boat, we'll make sure that the registration is up, make sure that their fisheries ID is also up, and make sure that all their documents are intact. Interagency collaboration is key because it allows a sharing of information and the collaboration of resources passing to information being passed from all 3 agencies. Then we can just come together and we act as one or create what is known as a better operational plan to carry out whatever it is that is happening at that particular time. With that being said, we can create a better dragnet to catch what we want. So that is the key essence of this having this collaboration between all of our entities.
The benefits of the multi-agency mechanism were seen in a recent case of a fisheries vessel suspected of running guns between Jamaica and Haiti.
First of all, the Defense Force Coast Guard was patrolling the Jamaican EEZ between Jamaica and Haiti that identified a fishing vessel, and they boarded the fishing vessel. They suspected having foreigners on board. The fishing license didn't match up with what they were seeing, so basically they escorted the fishing vessel to the Coast Guard base. At that time, they activated the multi-agency mechanism, so they called in Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Health, the Passport and Immigration, the Veterinary Services Division, the National Fisheries Authority. The execution of it was really smooth. Usually something like this before the multi-agency mechanism, it would be so difficult to get persons there on the weekend. But no, you know each other personally, we have focal points, and it worked like clockwork this time. So it validates what we are doing. It validates why we are out here trying to work with it. That's why we have the multi-agency mechanism. It also gives us intelligence to know where to look and what's going on, how we can tailor our approach to stop these things.
Jamaica is currently grappling with the matters of the guns for drug trade between ourselves and Haiti, and that is one of the means that are used. Fisheries or fishing vessels are used to mask that activity. But that multi-agency mechanism has allowed us to be on the same page, and that everybody seems to understand what we're trying to achieve and the laws that are able to achieve that. If we can provide safe seas around Jamaica, it bodes well not only for the fishing industry, it bodes well for tourism and other ventures that occur in our blue economy.
The experience to date has been a positive one, and it's hoped that lessons learned can be shared in the region and also much further afield.
Our hope is that we can have replications of that multi-agency mechanism within the other territories as well, because that in itself would help to bolster the work that the Caribbean Hub is doing. Because if you have the work of the mechanism feeding into the hub, then we're able to plan more strategically. We're able to have more innovative discussions in terms of tackling these instances of crime. And we also know that when we are having these discussions, we're having them from a very informed position.
We're not there 100% as yet, but I know Jamaica and Customs and also Fisheries and everybody, we are getting there. We're writing the blueprint to make sure that let them know that if you get catch, this is what's going to happen.
We're getting more persons aware, persons are understanding. The judiciary is putting out larger fines. The Coast Guard and the National Fisheries Authority and the Marine Police were working well together. The customs agencies, the tax agencies, we're all seeing the big picture. Our Ministry of National Security has identified this as a serious issue. They understand the nexus and the interaction between fisheries crime and other organized crime. So I am optimistic that we are making a change. We won't be working in silos going forward, and we will make a difference, or I would not be here.
Much is still to be done. We cannot be complacent. The negative impacts of fisheries crime are pervasive, and the threat remains very real.
Education is fundamental. We must be able to educate one another on our roles and responsibility and how we can fight this fight together.
And that is why I appreciate the Blue Justice community, in that I feel like if we're able to, convince our sister agencies to play or be a part of the whole system, then they would develop some sort of responsibility to do their part.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think one of the key challenges with addressing this problem is to keep the energy up for countries and for individuals, because this is not solved quickly. It's a long-term investment.
Ultimately, the oceans and those who live in symbiosis with them cannot survive this assault. Without healthy oceans and a viable blue economy that benefits the entire globe, neither can we.
We have limited alternative resources, so we have to take care and protect our living marine resources as best we can, not just for food security and employment now, but more so for our children in the future.
Individually, we are not able to manage our oceans, but collectively, if we are all watching our brothers' backs and joining forces together, we will be able to defeat the organized crime in the fisheries sector. So it's unity to create strength.
As custodians, as protectors of our oceans, there is a global fight that I'm inviting persons to join.